Bill Maley, Brighton Supervisor, and I'd like to welcome all of you to the August 13, 2014 meeting of the Brighton Town Board. It's good to have you here, whether you're here in person or watching us at home on TV or streaming on the internet. We always appreciate community participation in these meetings, and so we're glad to have you here. I would note that our agenda and supporting materials, if you're here in the room for tonight's meeting, are back on the rear table at the back of the room. If you're streaming this online or if you're watching on TV at home, those same materials are available on the town's website at townofbrighton.org. In case of an emergency, you will hear the town hall emergency alarm system activated. If that should happen, please exit the room immediately, either through the doorway to my right, marked with the exit sign. If you go out that way, turn right, go down the stairs, and out the rear entrance of the building and move away from the building. Or you can leave through either of the two doors at the back of this room, also marked with exit signs. Go out through the front door of Town Hall, down the steps, and again, away from the building. Now, if you're watching at home on TV, we do occasionally experience technical difficulties during the live broadcast of this meeting. If you do experience technical difficulties receiving this broadcast on your TV during the live broadcast, please contact Time Warner Cable at 756-5000. Again, that phone number is 756-5000. I'd like to start this evening with a pledge to the flag, and I'll ask Town Board Member Jim Vogel to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jim. As we always do, we are going to start tonight with our open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for people to ask questions of the town board, whether it relates to a matter that's on our agenda tonight or otherwise. We'll open that in just a minute. If you're at home and would like to participate in the open forum, you can call us at 303-3060. That's 303-3060. And someone will answer to take your question, your comment, and pass them on to the town board. If you are deaf or if you're hearing impaired, you can also participate from home in the open forum with our TDD line. And the number of our TDD line is 784-5205. Again, for TDD participation in our open forum, 784-5205. Now, during the open forum period, members of the audience may address the board about any matter, whether or not it's on the agenda. But if you're here to address the board concerning one of our town board public hearings, and we do have 5 of them tonight, I would encourage you, if you would like your comments to be part of the formal record of the public hearing. In other words, one of the formal matters that the town board will consider in making their decision. Please wait until the hearing is being held so that your comments can be included in the record. But if you do choose to speak during the open forum, and we welcome that, please raise your hand. When you're recognized, please come to the podium. We do appreciate it if you would give your name and address. Please direct your comments to the board and not to other members of the audience. Please be courteous and try to keep your comments as concise as possible. So with that, I will start the open forum period. Just so everyone knows, the public hearings themselves will start at 7:30. But we'll start with the open forum first. Would anybody like to address the town board during the open forum? Yes, come on up. Sorry, I couldn't see who that was there in the back of the room.
Good evening. My name is Jason Zoglin. I live at 311 Rhine Cliff Drive. I was here at the last meeting, as you may recall. I may become a squeaky wheel here. And it's on the same topic, which was our concern over some deteriorating abandoned houses on particularly Rhine Cliff Drive and in general for the town. Mr. Amon was very helpful. I had some emails back and forth explaining some things about how the banks, even though they aren't foreclosed, may be paying the taxes through these tax service organizations who do their best not to let anybody know who the lender is. Possible to find that out, but it's not easy, rather obscure at times. But after leaving here, and Mr. May talked about some state legislation and things weren't really going through, and I remember when I made the comment, the one particular house, a few houses down from my own, that's been sitting for 2 years now and is in very difficult condition. And I said, well, it might be like this for another 2 years, and you nodded your head. It very well might be. Coincidentally, a few days after the meeting, or the next week, the next issue of the Brighton Pittsford Post had a letter by the supervisor of Pittsford, Bill Smith, which was so germane. I just was very excited when I read it. And I did email it to all the board members with a letter. I didn't hear any particular comments back from any of you, but I hope everyone has read it. And to be concise, what that letter said to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there is something we can do about this, and we're not doing it here in Brighton, and they're doing it in Pittsford. I mean, I had 2 kids graduate from Brighton, and they both were 3-sport athletes. I never cheer for Pittsford, but I'm cheering for that. He was very concise. They really sound like they're standing up to the banks. They tightened up their codes. There's even a provision, I would assume this is in a very extreme case, perhaps almost hard to imagine that it'll happen, that they can demolish a house, and they do in Webster, by the way. So it gave me a little, I left here, I have to, a little downhearted that, we have 3 empty houses. One is, they're all abandoned, but one of them is semi-maintained, the one on the corner near Monroe that's owned by the Walks. Not particularly well. It's not a house you'd want on your block. They get the lawn mowed and they do they meet the minimum requirement, I guess. There's torn screens hanging. Like I said, we've seen squirrels on the inside of the house. But the other 2 are in terrible condition. I've never been in it. Somebody that's been in one of them, I've been in one of them, not the other. I don't really have a right to go in there, but at one point, the former homeowner taken me in. One of them I've hear is rife with mold. But both of them are eyesores, and to wait another 2 years for anything to happen. So I just, from reading Bill Smith's article, I don't feel like there is nothing we can do, and I'm wondering, is there a way that you or the town can work to tighten up the codes? Because the only thing I can think of that's going to send a message to the bank through the tax service organization, and believe me, I'm under no illusion that if this happens, the problem's going to go away next week, but is if they see on that tax bill that it's costing them more money every month. I mean, otherwise, the one house has been empty probably for at least 5 years, and the one closer to me, 2 years. Neighbors have gotten together to do things like trim the bushes. And be honest with you, while I commend their civic involvement, I have mixed feelings about it. I didn't participate in that because, quite frankly, I want that to be on the bank. They're hiding behind this tax service organization and taking their time with the foreclosure, and it's costing every one of us money. Just to be too negative, but when the liquor store changed over from White House Liquor to Pinnacle there on Monroe and Glen Ellen, there was a comment in the paper that I'm sure you all remember by a Wegman, and God knows we all love Wegmans, but was that, well, we wanted to move somewhere in Henrietta because this is a dying neighborhood. And many of my neighbors took, we took a little umbrage to that comment. I still shop at Wegmans, I have to say. But I have to say, I'm not so sure she's wrong. We're really disappointed, the neighborhood organization, and I have to say respectfully, they're disappointed in the town. They don't feel like you're coming to bat for us to make this happen. And when we read what Bill Smith wrote, we said, hey, this can happen. We can do this. So I guess my question tonight, to wrap it up, is, let me add one more thing. Everybody is very anxious for some improvement on Monroe, but let me stick to the abandoned houses for tonight. But to wrap this up, is there anything we can do so we don't feel like we're living in a dying neighborhood? Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Zoglin. I appreciate that. I want to address a few things. One, and Jim Yeager, who opened the new liquor store there, I really salute him for reaching out and working with the neighborhood and working with all of us. We have had a number of meetings over the past couple of years with representatives of your neighborhood association, and as I mentioned, we've had, I think it's fair to say, one clear success, and that is 440 Oakdale. But let's address, because Bill Smith wrote a great letter, great column in the newspaper, I mean, I will say, I think very honestly, Pittsford was playing a little catch up to Brighton, but that doesn't mean we can't learn from what Pittsford did. We have, in fact, demolished properties that were not in adequate condition, most recently a commercial property, the former Woody's. It is an extreme step, and it's only a step that we will take when there is an extreme health and safety issue, as there is at Woody's, or as there was at Woody's after the fire there. But there was a lot to like in the proposed law that Bill Smith and the town of Pittsford approved. Some of it was doing things that the town of Brighton is already doing, but there's one area in particular where I think they have a great approach, and that is to make banks what lawyers would call joint and severally liable for maintenance. In other words, right now, under state law, and this was a provision that I was hoping that the state was going to change this year, only the property owner and not the bank is responsible for the condition of a house until after the bank actually takes title to the property. But as we know, with changes in foreclosure laws, foreclosures are now taking longer than ever, and I do think in some cases banks are intentionally prolonging the process. That's not acceptable. Also, banks trying to force property owners out, making them think that once a foreclosure process has begun, they have to leave a house. They do not, and that is also unacceptable. And that's one of the things that Attorney General Schneiderman's proposed legislation would have made unlawful. I think that's a good thing, because as we know, when a house is vacant, it is much more in jeopardy for hurting a neighborhood. Foreclosed properties that are in foreclosure typically deteriorate faster if they're vacant. So I'm still hoping that next year, next session, the legislature again considers and hopefully passes the Attorney General's legislation. But let's talk about what Pittsford's doing and what we can do, because making the banks responsible locally is something that we have the power to do under our home rule law. At the town board's Public Works meeting earlier this month, Public Works Committee meeting, we had a discussion about that law. And it's something that I'm certainly going to support moving forward with, because we have various provisions on our books now. What we have to do is integrate some of those new provisions into our existing law. But that's a process that I support. We're going to be working with our town attorney, Ken Gordon, to get that language drafted so that as soon as possible we can hold a public hearing here at the town board and make similar changes to our code. I think it's very important that banks do know that when a house becomes vacant during the foreclosure process, that they do need to step up to the plate and provide maintenance. Now, as you point out, they won't necessarily maintain it to the standards that an owner-occupant would do. But it is important that they mow the lawn, that they keep the house painted, that they keep the house secure. We've heard stories. We have not been able to verify, and our Fire Marshal, Chris Roth, has spent certainly a fair amount of time. The house you describe at the Verena Rhinecliff corner, we have heard, we've been told that people have seen animals in there. We have not seen animals in the building, but we have been after, periodically to make sure that owner does maintain it. And we will continue, to work on a property by property basis. But I support the idea of making banks responsible and making banks tell us, through a registry type of system, that they are in fact the lender, so that we have a place to identify, we have a place to contact. Again, Chris Roth, I think, does a pretty good job of doing that, but I'd rather he had another tool in his toolbox. So I know we're going to be talking about that further at our Public Works Committee meeting again next month.
Yep.
But it's certainly my goal that later this fall, we have final legislation for this board to look at that will, in fact, make sure that we do hold banks responsible. Until the state passes comparable legislation, I think it's the right thing to do. And I appreciate your, continuing to hold our feet to the fire. That's a good thing. Can you come up? I'm sorry, the folks at home can't hear you if you're.
One quick question. Does the town have an inventory of abandoned properties in Brighton?
We don't have a law that requires that we keep a registry, but Chris Roth can tell you, he does keep a listing of properties, vacant and otherwise. Some of our problem properties are not technically vacant. But yeah, he does, I think, a very good job under what are sometimes difficult conditions of keeping that information. There are limits. As you point out, you as a private individual, but Chris, as a government official, can't, without a warrant, simply come into the property and say, hey, you got to let me inside, I want to see the condition. Sometimes we have, when there's been, maybe a fire or some other emergency type event where people have had to come in, that's been an opportunity for staff to get a feel for the condition of a property. But we do have that same challenge. We go somewhat by hearsay, but we do keep an eye on problem properties, both vacant and occupied.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the board during the open forum? Again, if anyone is here for any of the 5 public hearings tonight, and just so everybody knows what those are, one is the Jewish Senior Life Project. One is the proposed temporary amendment to the town's noise law relating to the park at Allens Creek office project. One is a proposed local law entitled 2014 Technical Code Amendments. One is a proposed local law entitled 2014 Dog Seizure and Impoundment Law that relates to the fees that are charged. And the final one relates to the proposed removal of a tree at 275 Ashbourne under our tree law. So if you're here for one of those, be patient, and you will have an opportunity to speak on the record. But is there anyone that would like to address the board during the open forum? If not, it is about 25 after 7, so let's just start real quickly with a couple of other items, and then at 7:30 we'll get back into the public hearings. Can I have a motion to approve and file the town board meeting minutes for the July 23rd, 2014 town board meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye, and I see that Councilmember Novros just stepped out for a moment. We'll get her vote on that when she returns. Again, we will pass. Oh, there's Louise. Louise, we just moved to approve the town board meeting minutes for the July 23rd town board meeting. Would you like to vote on that?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move to bids, and then we will go back to the public hearings. We have a request, Jim, if you would do the
Yes,
first
the
matter.
first
on
bid
bids.
is to authorize solicitation for bids to provide material and services to install approximately 550 linear feet of concrete sidewalk in particular area, along with approval to execute a community development construction agreement, which will provide the funding to support the same. Move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
We received a community development block grant to construct sidewalks along Crittenden Road. Our goal is, and it's a goal that we're going to pursue over a series of community development block grants to connect two large apartment complexes, the Crittenden Way apartments that are west of West Henrietta Road, and Rustic Village, which is east of West Henrietta Road. We want to connect them through sidewalks to West Henrietta Road to facilitate residents in those areas connecting to the transit along West Henrietta Road, and also to be able to walk to shopping, restaurants, and the like along West Henrietta Road. So this is a bid to implement that first year's community development block grant. Any further discussion on that item? If not, I'm sorry, who seconded that? Jason, I thought, but if there's no further discussion, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Councilmember, I always want to call the person who's not here. Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Next, Jim, I'll let you.
Next item is to approval to reject single and only bid received by a particular contractor to provide for Phase 3 boring services associated with the Monroe Community College sanitary sewer project due to a proposal total exceeding overall projected project budget, and authorize resolicitation for new proposals to be written with revised plans and specifications. I move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
That's quite a mouthful, but Tim,
It
if you
is.
could just, because this is the most recent phase of some work that we're doing in the MCC area to take some of our existing pump station facilities offline, but if you could just expound on that a little more.
I'd be happy to, Bill. As you said, this is a project we initiated a few years back, really undertaken by our sewer department crews. However, the specialty of the nature of this work, which is underground directional drilling or boring at the across the frontage of the MCC property at the entrances, the prices were a lot higher than were estimated based upon conversations with contractors. It might be due to the seasonal time of the year or some other things. So because it's far exceeded what we had budgeted, the recommendation is to reject this one bid and then perhaps rebid this in the future at a more opportune time.
And the timing for that would be for work in the 2015 construction season?
Most likely it will, because by the time we get around to doing all of this and put it out to bid again, even if it was awarded, it would be after the first of the year, most likely.
Okay. Good, thanks, Tim. Any further discussion? Any discussion at all on that item? If not, Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio.
Aye.
Supervisor Malley.
Aye. Okay, it's now 7:32, so let's go back and we'll begin with the public hearings that we have scheduled for tonight. As indicated, we have 5 public hearings tonight. The first public hearing relates to a proposed temporary amendment of the town's noise law concerning an amendment that would permit construction activities at the Park at Allens Creek office development to extend later into the evening than is permitted by the town's noise control law. Dan, has the necessary legal notice been published in this matter?
Yes, it has. Sorry. Copy, not here. Double check on the date. It says, I'll have to double check on the date.
Okay. But in that case, I will declare the public hearing to be open. Again, this is a matter concerning the a requested amendment to the town's noise law. Under our law, certain construction activities are only permitted on weekdays between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. On weekends, Saturday and Sunday, the relevant hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And on behalf of the owner of the park at Allens Creek, we received a request in connection with some work that the applicant will describe in a minute, a request to extend the hours to permit work going later into the evening as an amendment, temporary amendment to our noise law. So with that, and I'm going to guess that the applicant would like to say a few words in support of your request. So Laura, if you'd like to do that.
Good evening, board members and Supervisor Malley. My name's Laura Pierce. I manage the office park, the park at Allens Creek, which was the first office park built in Monroe County. And we are going to undertake construction to renovate several sides of 4 of the 8 buildings. And that includes removal of all the original cedar siding, putting up a new Tyvek waterproof membrane, and installing new cedar siding. The buildings that we want to do the work on are mostly fully occupied with businesses that mostly work general hours 8 to 5. There are some offices that have later hours but have the freedom to schedule appointments. The type of construction of these buildings is residential style wood frame buildings, and work on the outside of removing all the shingles and using automatic nailers to put up the new shingles would preclude people from being able to conduct their business on the other side of the wall. So I'm requesting so that my contractor, the Nichols team, could work from about 4 in the afternoon until 9 or 10 in the evening, or what the board might seem reasonable. They would have some setup time, probably a half hour, an hour each day for ladders and all their other equipment, and they could work 4 or 5 hours doing the tear down and installing the new shingles. That would help them move the project along. They'd have a crew of 5 to 6 people, and they have estimated the work to take between 950 and 1,100 hours and go through, be completed by the end of September. And then I didn't mention that we will also stain all the buildings, but that doesn't make any noise.
The buildings you're proposing to be working on are buildings 120, 130, and 132, which are
And the south side of Building 100.
And the south side of Building 100. The first three are located to the north of the creek as it flows through the office park, and 100 is the first building at the end.
Yes, and I have a copy of that plan if it's helpful for any of you to look at.
Good. In this map, we will be including as part of the record of this hearing.
This is Allen Creek Road. This is the right-of-way for RG&E. On the east side of the property, the Harley School is located, takes more than half the length of the property, north to south. The closest adjacent road is Schoolhouse Lane, indicated here. The highway is on the west side, and for the buildings that are going to be worked on, these three, and the south side of this, my largest buildings, 140, 50, and 60, are on the north side of the property. So Schoolhouse Lane is the closest, and then also Valley Road is back here, but is buffered by the buildings.
The particularly the Schoolhouse Lane properties are quite close. It appeared to me that the closest one is probably less than 400 feet from Building 120, and some of them are probably even closer than that to 100, but I understand that just the one facade of 100 is going to be...
Pretty small area, actually.
When will they be working on Building 100, which you said is only going to be the one side?
I haven't scheduled either buildings. I'm waiting for the outcome of this
Sure.
meeting.
How long would that one side take? Do you know? Does anybody know?
If a crew of 5 or 6 work on it, maybe 3 days, if they can work on it 6, 7 hours a day.
What I think I'd like to do, unless there is, and I know the board is going to have some more questions, but what I think I'd like to do is, we've got a number of people who may be here, I don't know, to speak to this public hearing. So what I think I'd like to do is before we ask a lot more questions, unless there's something that you would like us to know. I know you made a presentation, and thank you, Laura, for coming in, also to the Public Works Committee. Is there anything from that meeting that you want to share or put on the record at this time before we throw it open to questions from the public?
No, I think I've outlined the entire
Okay.
project.
Is there anyone that would like to speak on this public hearing at this time? If so, just raise your hand or come on up to the podium. Okay. If not, then I guess we'll continue with some questions. You, at the Public Works Committee meeting, you provided us with some equipment specs, and in particular, you indicated your willingness to, you mentioned the chop saw, which will cut or chop the cedar sidings, suggested that the decibel level of that is about 100, and that you would use that only in an enclosed trailer. Also a compressor and a generator. The compressor, the louder, with a 78 maximum decibel noise. Both of those you indicated you would be willing to use just in a trailer.
Correct. And I actually doubt that we'll need a generator because there's power at all the buildings.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, how many buildings are there in total at the park at Allen's Creek?
There's 8.
There's 8 buildings, okay. I mean, I'm a commercial tenant, and my day job, I work in an office building downtown and I rent, and when the landlord makes improvements, sure, they're an inconvenience, but you're glad to see investment in your
course.
office building. What I'm wondering is, are there any empty offices or empty conference rooms in any of the other buildings that aren't going to be worked on, where if a tenant is going to have an issue with the work going on, that accommodations could be made for them to temporarily use these empty conference rooms or offices while this project is going on?
I would certainly offer that. I've offered it to tenants for other reasons. I do have some space in a different building from any of those that are being worked on. But for most of the tenants, I think they would have to try and pick up and move their whole office.
Has there been a dialogue with the tenants in these particular buildings where there's going to be this project going on, it might get a little noisy, and has there been a lot of pushback from the tenants about it?
There isn't. I'm waiting to hear from the town board again. Last year, we did buildings 140, 150, 160, before I was aware of the limitation of the noise ordinance, and I had a lot of pushback from the tenants.
Okay, I mean,
It was very disruptive.
how long approximately did that project take place with those 3 buildings?
It was supposed to take about 4 weeks, and it spread out over more than 2 months
Okay.
because of the limitations and trying to get contractors to come in on Saturdays and that.
Did you find that the complaints came from the tenants of all 3 of those buildings, or was it just the building where the work was being performed?
It was the buildings where the work was being done and limited mostly to the ends of the buildings where the work was being done. So if we're working on the east end of a building, the people at the other end didn't really care that much. It wasn't that impactful to them.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's why I asked if you're doing one end of a building, about how long does that take?
They're different sizes, but you asked about 100, that's the smallest. I think that would be 3 days if they can work 6 or 7 hours. The other sides, the longer side, might be a full week, maybe 6 days.
Because from the map that you showed, that's the only building that would impact Schoolhouse Lane, I think. The others are closer to Harley, and at nighttime it wouldn't be
No,
disruptive.
Except
Louise,
for-
I'm sorry, 120
Correct.
will absolutely affect
That's
Schoolhouse
120 is
Lane.
probably the closest. Here's the creek, and here's Schoolhouse Lane, and this end of, the south end of Building 120 has to be recited. That's probably the closest.
What
The
is,
the houses on Schoolhouse Lane literally back up, their yards back up to that creek there. So they are, again, I'm estimating based on the scale and not a formal instrument survey, but 400 feet
There's also this too, so.
tops, I would say, from the rear facade of a couple of houses there from 120, so.
This is accurately scaled. I reduced that so that you could manage it easier. If you wanted to take this, hang on to this tonight, you could.
Okay.
Because it's accurately scaled. It's
Okay.
1 inch equals 60 feet.
And this is the one, it is an instrument survey, it just doesn't show Schoolhouse Lane, so you can't see exactly where the houses are. Tim, we have done temporary noise exemption. The town board has done temporary noise exemptions in the past for highway projects. I know we did it for work on the 390, 590 interchange area. I believe we've done it on, for work on Monroe Avenue, and probably some others, but those are the ones that come to my mind. To the best of your recollection, have we ever done this for a private construction project to grant a contractor on a private construction project extra time into the night to do work? And if so, when did we do that?
Bill, that was a question that came up when we started discussing this because, like you say, the requests have come in from other agencies that do it as a public benefit because of traffic and road congestion and safety and things of that nature. To this department's knowledge, and we handle all of these complaints, we have not done this for a private entity. It's always been another public entity that has made the request.
Okay. Thanks.
This is not going to be done in this.
Right, it's just the areas that are highlighted.
Just for the edification of everyone, we're talking about working normal working days, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. are
7
the
a.m. to 7 p.m.?
permitted hours.
Permitted hours.
Are the currently permitted hours,
Correct.
yes.
But I think you said you would be starting what time in the morning?
If my contractor, I thought, could start at 4, so that tenants could try to work around some of that time.
Okay.
They have some setup time, probably a half hour for ladders and scaffolding or whatever.
Your original request, though, Laura, was until 1 a.m., correct?
That was an 8-hour day. I realize that's not reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple questions, Supervisor.
Sure.
If I may. Who is the contracting entity who is going to be hiring the contractors?
The Nichols construction team?
Well, they're the contractor.
They're the
right?
contractor. They're going to be doing the work. Who's going to sign a contract with them? What company? On your side?
Broadstone Real Estate. I'm
Broad-
employed by Broadstone Real Estate.
Okay. And is the contract with Nichols Construction already signed?
No, it's not.
So Broadstone would have the ability to put into that contract conditions?
Yes, we could.
And do you know if Nichols is going to be using subcontractors?
They will be, yes.
And so a condition of the contracts with Nichols could also require conditions in those subcontracts?
Sure.
Who is it at Broadstone that has authority to make those decisions?
I do.
Do you know who the subcontractors are going to be that will be involved in the work that is going to be the re-siding work that we're concerned about?
There will probably only be one. I don't have their name with me. I know that Nichols was talking to a couple of different contractors.
Do you know if the subcontractor is willing to comply with some of those conditions that you discussed with the Public Works Committee in terms of generator noise and other equipment noise?
Oh, yes. In fact, they supplied the equipment list to me.
Those are all my questions.
I am concerned that this is precedent setting. I know you've looked, and we have not done this before in a commercial. And I think, Tim, you suggested some of the reasons that we have done this for highway construction projects, particularly safety. The opportunity to do construction work at night when traffic volumes are much lower does promote safety of not only the drivers but of the workers on the project. And that's been one of the reasons, and a desire to make sure that we do get projects done quickly. I mean, we've got some of the same issues here. Of course, a desire to get the project done quickly. You referenced, Laura, the lease language, and you provided us at the last meeting with a lease that has some standard, and I understand it wasn't a signed lease, and I understand that, confidentiality, and that's okay. The format of the lease has a quiet enjoyment language in it, and from a legal perspective, I mean, quiet enjoyment, certainly my understanding of that term doesn't mean that at all times it will be as quiet as a pin dropping. One of the issues is to make sure that the landlord takes action to protect the title of the property so that a tenant isn't forced out when there's a title defect that the landlord has control over. But it does also address issues relating to habitability, and we haven't heard anything from any of the tenants, and so you've not made them aware that this work might be going on again?
They are aware that we'll be doing some work this year, but I haven't set the schedule yet.
Okay.
And I think what makes this different from perhaps a downtown building is, and I heard this from a couple of tenants last year, the construction of the building is such there's not even insulation in the walls, that tenants can hear conversations from the contractors if they're talking on the other side. So when they're using power equipment, that's really difficult for them.
The code now says they can work until
7 p.m.
7 p.m.
on Monday
Monday
through
through
Friday,
Friday.
till 6 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays.
Right, and you're asking for till 8, correct?
Yeah, I just talked to my contractor a few days ago, and he said even 8 would be very helpful.
And they're going to start at 4.
They could, yep.
Can't start before that.
But they could, I can have them start anytime, but
It's a question.
Well, I mean, if,
it's going to drive some of the tenants to not be able to work in their offices.
I agree with what Jason was saying in a roundabout way, that when you're a tenant in an office building, you want your office building to look nice. You want to be able to be proud to have your clients come, and part of that means that every once in a while the building has to be updated or painted or fixed, and so a little inconvenience is going to be worth it in the end. But that doesn't mean it has to be an inconvenience to everybody else around you. So, I think that your tenants, I don't mean to be snippy about it, your tenants aren't above anybody else's tenants and should have special privileges. I think till 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock on the weekends is adequate as far as getting the work done. If they could start a little earlier, fine. I know that will be more people that will be inconvenienced because it'll be earlier and really the work day. But as I say, that's part of being a tenant.
We do have someone here that would like to address the board in the public hearing. Would you like to come up? And again, please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Jim Silverman. I'm a CPA. I happen to work out of my house. And I do have a
Jim,
friend
your address, please.
99 Shalimar Drive. I'm sorry. I do have an associate that I work with quite frequently who is a tenant in this building. And I happen to know that as a CPA, your equipment and networking is very important. And to being able to get the work done, you set up a secure environment. To change that, if they wanted to move to another location for a temporary purpose, could really violate that security and the integrity of client records, which is really important when you're talking about tax returns and similar documents. I just wanted to add that because it's, that's really could be a vast cost for a small business that's in this situation. So, for whatever that's worth.
Thank you, Jim. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to address the board on this matter? I know the board is going to want to, deliberate on this a little bit, which we don't have to do on the record of the public hearing. I do want to ask that this map And these equipment specifications that I believe were prepared by the Nichols Group for you be included in the record. I'm going to pass these down to Dan.
Question I had at our Public Works Committee meeting, I'm trying to recall, we had a discussion as to how many days you think this would take if you were working like from strictly 4 to like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night. I think you said it would be about 6 days?
5 days a week, 6 weeks, 6 to 8, 7 weeks.
That long?
Not per building.
For less than an 8-hour day, yes. If I figure a 6 or 7 hour day.
You earlier suggested 950 to 1,100 hours. Is that person hours? Okay.
So divided by a team of
A
6,
team of
6
5 or
hours
6,
a day.
You're spreading it out over that
5
period
days
of
a week.
time, yeah, all right.
So with a crew of 6, you're talking somewhere in the 150 to 200 work hour range, then it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Ken asked some questions about some possible conditions. If the board were to consider extending to, I think your revised request now is 8 o'clock p.m. On weekdays, would you be willing to agree? Because clearly the goal, if we're going to do this, it's a balancing. The goal is I understand the desire to minimize the burden on your tenants. At the same time, we certainly want to minimize the burden, particularly on the Schoolhouse Lane residents, but also on those couple of other Clovercrest and other nearby streets. Would you be willing to commit to working a full Saturday schedule within the existing 9 to 6 hours? My goal is to try to get the project, if we grant an amendment here, my goal is to make it as temporary as possible, so we get the project back into the normal course of business and finish the job as quickly as possible. Obviously, one way to do that, if you decide that based on the combination of minimizing the impact on tenants and not going too late into the night, that you can't work 8-hour days, I would hope that you can make that up on Saturdays and perhaps on Sundays. I don't know. But I guess I'll ask Saturdays first. Can you commit that
My contractor indicated they would work some Saturdays, but he didn't commit to a long 8-hour day. So I would have to go back and talk to him one more time.
For me, that's important.
Sure. Could I contact your office tomorrow with that answer? Just to be sure of what his commitment is?
I think really what we're looking at, I know given the time frame that you're looking to start work, it's my hope that we can make a decision one way or the other tonight so you can get started on the schedule that you'd like to.
They would work Saturdays.
They would not work Sundays? Is that what
They
you're...
won't. If they would work till 6 o'clock.
Which they can on Saturdays.
They might. I can't be sure without talking to them.
Obviously, the more hours they work on Saturdays, the fewer hours your tenants are disrupted, and the fewer hours the folks on Schoolhouse and these other streets are disrupted. To me, it's really going to be important that they commit to at least, I understand Sunday's probably a lot to ask, but to get a commitment that they work a full 8-hour Saturday, to me, is important as in exchange for, to minimize the disruption on both ends.
Certainly.
Are there any other?
If I may, Supervisor, it would seem that if the conditions imposed by the board, if it was inclined to grant this temporary amendment, if those conditions were simply that the contractor can work until 8 p.m. and you put a limited duration as to how long that temporary amendment is in effect, then the mere volume of work is going to dictate that the contractor is going to have to work some time on Saturday. And so that's going to be up to management and the contractor to work out. I don't know that the town board wants to get involved in scheduling the contractor.
I understand. And that's a fair point, but at the same time, we can set a time, and then if the project is not fully finished, a request can come in for a further extension, and then we're back sort of in the same venue, and hopefully we can avoid that.
One other question. When is the goal date for this project to start?
Monday, the 18th.
Okay. So, and then if it goes for about 2 months, we're looking at it going into the middle of October then?
My conversation with the Nichols team is that it would be completed by the end of September. Not the staining, but that's sort of a non-issue.
Right.
Because it's quiet.
If I may, if you were to get approval from the board tonight to move forward with some evening work, how is it that you plan to notify the neighbors prior to Monday?
I could deliver a letter to all of their homes. I'm not quite sure what the requirement from the town would be.
Well, typically we would ask for some sort of publication, but I'm not sure that, I'm pretty sure that publication in the Brighton Pittsford Post would be ineffective given those dates. Publication in the Democrat and Chronicle would be mildly effective.
We've in the past asked when it's highway projects that they come in and speak with Brighton Neighbors United, but again, the timeline is such that I know Brighton Neighbors United doesn't have a meeting before then. But one of the reasons it's helpful, one of the things we've always asked is that there be an on-site manager with a cell phone, so that if there is some kind of a particular problem, that residents can call, a foreman on the job, presumably some contact at the Nichols Group, or perhaps you, so that if there is a particular issue that that has gotten out of hand, that someone will know about it right away. We also talked a little bit at Public Works about, I think we all, the one thing that can't be muffled inside a trailer is the nail gun. And the nail gun is loud. I don't, at that time you didn't have any decibel information on how loud. But obviously they do make a fair amount of noise, and it's an irregular sort of noise. Can you commit that you would not use the nail gun outside of the normal 7 p.m. hours?
If I need to, I could. It's reorganizing the work, because they work to remove all the shingles at one time, stop, and then start shingling all at one time. So, we could work around that. I realize that's the worst of it.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, but I do want to talk about some things. Does anybody in the audience want to address this public hearing? Any more questions or comments from the board?
When you had people calling you last time this was done, was it mainly about the, what was it mainly about?
It was about the contractors talking. They could hear exactly what they were saying. And that I could remedy by just telling them they can't talk. That's easy enough. But then also the nail gun and pulling off, even just using regular hand tools to remove all the shingles was really difficult for the tenants.
You know, I don't mean to be flippant, but what you could provide your tenants are these, what I call noisemakers, these little machines that are about this big, and you turn them on and it mutes all the noise around you. So that's what psychologists or psychiatrists use in their office. They put it in their waiting room so you can't hear anything that's going on in the next room, any talk.
I have a lot of therapists actually that are tenants and they use them. So,
Question?
I was going to say, I think those are a lot of the tenants is
The white
counseling offices.
noise.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're going to accomplish the goal of not hearing
Well, not of a
contractors'
nail
colorful
gun, but
language outside the
of
building.
their talking.
Again, you're saying if you were working 5 days a week, but on Saturdays as well, so it would be 6 days, right? You could get this completed by the end of September?
that's our goal, yes.
Well, Jim, if you look at the pictures, it's only 2 sides of a building, not 4.
Well, not of, correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, but for a couple of the buildings, for 120, 130, and 132, I believe you're planning on doing the entire?
No.
No? Oh, this one looks a little, I see this map does only show certain
I
facades.
highlighted the whole building on one. That is an accurately scaled
Okay.
map, by the way.
Okay.
The smaller one shows the particular sides of the buildings that have to be replaced.
Okay, so in
It's about
fact, none of the
25 or
buildings.
30% of
Okay.
each building.
All right, because this map shows the building fully outlined, but this larger map shows only some of the facade.
That's
Okay, good. Thanks for clarifying that, Louise, and thank you, Laura.
Actually, Super, if I may just ask one question. Laura, you mentioned that you did work last year and you have to do work this year. How many more years are you going to have to do work to finish the whole complex?
We did the 3 buildings we did last year are the largest buildings. We might have 1 more building to do. And it's a small amount, so I could just have them do fill-in work. And in fact, my contractor indicated that what they would do is work 4 hours a day, and they would work earlier at another job for 4 hours. So they'll come to my project at 4 o'clock after working someplace else for 4 hours.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board?
What's the makeup of tenants? I mean, I know there are attorneys back in that complex. There's been some talk of some therapists, some accountants.
There's a couple, on these 4 buildings I'm speaking of,
Yes.
there's 2 law firms. There are a number, there's 3 different insurance companies, several financial advisors. Those are smaller companies, 2 to 4 people, and a lot of LCSWs, which are licensed social workers that have, one-on-one client meetings. Each building has several in.
Okay.
Again, one last time, any further questions or comments from members of the audience? Any further questions or comments from the board? Again, understanding that although we may close the public hearing, that doesn't mean we can't sort of deliberate a little bit some of the matters. If not, then I declare this public hearing to be closed. You have in your packet a proposed law that would amend the noise control law. You also have a negative declaration and a referral from the Monroe County Planning Department. Some of the questions we discussed tonight are relevant to this proposed law. Specifically, it would propose work to be allowed between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. It would permit the normal hours, 9 a.m. through 6 p.m. on Saturday. It would direct that Broadstone and Nichols and a subcontractor adhere to some conditions. One of them would be, and Ken, the first one you discussed, and that is, and you're probably right, to realistically, given the short time here, submit to the Brighton Pittsford Post and the Democrat and Chronicle, with no disrespect to the reporter that's in the room tonight. That's a challenge getting that published, particularly with a Monday start, but particularly if, I know we have, because we did mail out, Tim, am I correct? Dan, we mailed to nearby property owners so we could do another mailing. I would propose that rather than the language that's in this first condition, speaking of publication in the Post and the Democrat and Chronicle, that we instead mail to those same property owners at Broadstone's expense to do this, and that notification include the times, a little brief description of the nature of the work, but also a telephone number that someone can be reached at. A request that any contract and subcontract documents specifically describe the requirements that we have imposing if we do take action tonight. Again, including the hours and the fact that, for example, certain items of equipment can only be used in the shed. Making sure the contract documents encourage speedy completion of these night operations. I'm going to suggest, notwithstanding Ken, I hear what you're saying, and I think you're right to a point, but I think it is important that one of these directions include that work be done on Saturdays. I think that's going to be important to the speedy completion. I'm going to suggest that specifically chop saws, generators, and compressors, understanding that you might not need the generator, but that they not be used other than inside an enclosed trailer or some other structure, and that nail guns not be allowed outside of the normal work hours. So from 7 to 8 at night, nail guns would not be used. Those would specific conditions, as well as the fact that, if we discover that there's a problem, if we were to discover that, work was being done in violation, or that the impact on neighbors was, really was so extreme that the town board could consider, rescinding this approval. I wouldn't think that would be necessary if the board takes action, but that's always a possibility. I would suggest to give you some wiggle room so that we don't have to return that, your hope and estimate is October 1st. I would suggest that we use an October 15th date just to provide some wiggle room, just to make sure that we don't have to keep coming back, and yet keep it on a pretty tight time frame. I don't know what all of your
Was there a provision in here
thoughts
that
are.
did you just say there was a provision, or you're asking that a phone number be?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to add that, right?
Yeah, the phone number is in here. An on-site project manager's, it says telephone number, and frankly, I want to clarify that be a cellular,
Yes.
mobile. I'll call it mobile. Cellular, I guess, is a kind of an archaic term these days. Mobile telephone number.
Well, these are close to what we discussed in the Public Works Committee meeting. And if, in fact, as you've stated there, Bill, those restrictions or provisions, I could support this resolution. But I realize this is work that's got to be done. I mean, those are buildings have been there for how many years now? 40. Yeah. And I do recognize that those cedars do need to be replaced.
So the letter notification to the nearby residents will be within so many feet. How do we determine it? Can we
Tim,
determine,
did we use 1,000 feet, or Dan, 1,000
we
feet?
have software that'll determine which properties
Yes.
get those letters?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm reckoning back to my zoning board days where this appears to be a variance from a code requirement, and one of the
Yeah, and I
things
really
that
don't want to use the term variance, because I think that's how we got a little hung up here in the first
Right,
place in
yes.
terms of procedures. It's-
right, it's an
There are
amendment.
some similarities, but it's really a temporary amendment
Right.
to the noise
Right.
law.
But what it's sort of it's relief from a code provision, and and what it is under this particular circumstance is an amendment. And one of the factors is that we're supposed to weigh the benefit to the applicant as opposed to the detriment to the public. And also, we're supposed to look at, are there no other reasonable alternatives other than the requested relief? That's where I'm hung up a little bit, seeing as it's only an hour, and provided that there are heavy conditions, and if we provide that this is really a unique situation, given that it's a project that's really bounded by an expressway, it's bound by a school, that we're notifying the residents, and that the residents will have an opportunity to speak to somebody on site. You know, I could be comfortable, but I still do have some reservations. I mean, I'd be very interested to see how this works out. If there's a complaint, if there's even one complaint, I won't be, and if we come back for other buildings next year, then I wouldn't see myself being supportive of it then.
I think you make a real good point, that this really is a unique situation. We talked about the fact that this has not been done before.
Yeah.
If I were to support this, I want to be very clear that my support is limited to this request. I understand that the unique nature of the construction of these buildings may make the impact on your tenant greater than it would otherwise be. The fact that it is only an hour, the fact that you're making these various other concessions, all are important to me. I will say, just for the record, that the fact that there is a quiet enjoyment clause in your lease, I do not view as a reason to do this. I think that's language that you'll find in most leases, and I want to make it very clear that the mere fact that a commercial tenant has or might want to rely even on an implied right of quiet enjoyment is not sufficient for me to, in and of itself, to consider one in the future. I would really have to look at all the unique characteristics as you have presented here tonight and at the prior meeting, and I appreciate that.
I'm concerned because we have our codes for a reason, and unless there's something that is really egregious or needs to be changed, we are abiding by our codes. And if you think that it's important enough, then maybe we could have the appropriate people look at changing this code. This code was changed because of the highway department's 490, I believe it was, working on it and wanting to work at night. I think you're saying that it's only for 1 hour, Jason, and the rest of you, but that's only 1 hour of inconvenience for the neighbor. But you're never talking about it's only 1 hour for inconvenience to the tenant, or 2 hours a day. And I think that should be taken into consideration more than than the other way around. I think a tenant can put up with something for 1 or 2 or 3 hours a day for a very short period of time. Why should the neighbors have to? That's how I feel.
We're discussing a motion that hasn't been made yet, and so we may have put the Roberts horse before General Roberts' cart here.
We'll catch up
So
on
I'm going to ask, before we go any further, and maybe we have talked this, keep the horse analogy going, maybe we have beaten that horse, but I'm going to ask for a motion on the resolution that you have in front of you, subject to the amendment in the text of the law that we've discussed, namely that rather than publishing in the Post and Democrat and Chronicle, we would send a letter to property owners within 1,000 feet. That would include among the other things, the project manager. And I think, Laura, that would probably be the project manager. Is that the appropriate person, or should we use your telephone number, your mobile number? You'll be on site at all times during construction?
Many evenings till 8. And if I'm not, I can refer immediately to the best person.
Okay.
I think my number would be the best one.
Okay. Then I'm going to indicate, am I properly describing you as the on-site property manager? Okay. I'm going to delete a requirement that work be performed on Sundays. But all of those other conditions that we just spoke about. And with that, would someone like to make that motion?
I would make that motion.
Motion by Councilmember Vogel. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Now, is there any further discussion on that resolution?
And again, Laura, we're just extending this from 7 to 8 o'clock. And it's up to you to determine work hours from 7 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. And if you determine you're not going to start work until 4, that's your prerogative, but it's going to stop at 8 o'clock.
And I know from myself, again, absent some pretty extraordinary, probably weather or other outside circumstances, the 2 weeks beyond what project contractor expects is probably all the time I'll be comfortable in considering. So, any further discussion by the board? We've closed the public hearing. We have a motion with a second. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye?
Councilmember Novros?
No.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Again, with the understanding that this request, this amendment is limited very specifically to the facts that are presented in front of us, and with a desire to balance the interests of the property, nearby property owners, but also to try to give the tenants the opportunity to get this work done with as little disruption to them as possible, I'm going to vote aye. The motion passes by a 3-to-1 vote. Thank you for coming in. Laura, I would ask that you really tomorrow coordinate with Dan's office and Tim's office so that we get the text of the notification that's going to go out to the neighbors, and that we get that out right away so that they've received it before work starts on Monday. That probably means that it's really got to go out not later than Friday.
I think,
Okay.
More days, I'll just tell them. start
Okay.
Wednesday.
All right. Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next public hearing is on the proposed incentive zoning and rezoning for the Jewish Senior Life project. Dan, again, the legal notice has been given in this matter.
Yes, we have affidavit of publication from the Brighton Pittsford Post for this, as well as the last hearing published on July 31st.
Thank you. In that case, I declare this public hearing to be open, and I believe the representative of Jewish Senior Life would like to make a presentation on the project, and then we'll open up the public hearing to comments first from the audience and then from board members. Jerry.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Jerry Goldman. I'm the attorney and agent for Jewish Senior Life. With me tonight are a number of people. Andrew Spencer, who is putting boards up right now, is from BME Associates and is a project engineer. Arch Pelly is here from Perkins Eastman Associates, who are the project architects. They will be the primary presenters in addition to me on this application. Also, Mike King is here, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Jewish Senior Life, as well as Scott Fitzgerald from Perkins Eastman. This has been a road that we have gone down relative to this site, and the evolution of the delivery of healthcare services for seniors is something which is ever changing, and that is what we're here to address this evening. In the early 1980s, the Jewish Home was located in the city of Rochester on St. Paul Street. They located a site in Brighton, which is the current home of the Jewish Home at the corner of Winton and now Meridian Center Boulevard. And they obtained a rezoning for an approximately 20-acre portion of the campus, current campus of Jewish Senior Life, to the RHD2, the high-density residential district. That particular area is outlined here and has housed a Jewish Home for a number of years. Ultimately, Jewish Senior Life has expanded their campus and expanded their holdings to include the area which is the Summit and Wolk, which is directly to the west, as well as obtaining a parcel of property which is located at the corner of Meridian Center Boulevard and Winton Road. The property which houses the Jewish Home is currently zoned RHD1, as I said. The property on the corner is currently zoned for commercial use, and the property located, which is Summit and Wolk, is in the RHD2 zoning district. In 1996, a rezoning and incentive zoning was done relative to the Summit and Wolk parcel and the parcel which is located on the corner, the office parcel. At that time, the incentive zoning parameters were set forth, and since that time, basically there's been no activity with regard to the commercial parcel, and the Summit and Wolk has been developed. Why we are here this evening is that we're part of the evolution of the provision of healthcare services. In 1980, when that building was built for skilled nursing, it was state of the art at that time to have all services done collectively in a single building. Since that time and currently, there is a desire to provide a more residential style living for some residents in skilled nursing, and that's what we're providing here, with buildings which are located along the perimeter of the frontage. We have 6 buildings which will be dedicated to skilled nursing. They're called greenhouses. I'm attached here, so I can't really, I guess I can become unattached a little bit. But these buildings right now are configured in a way to allow us to have single-story buildings in the middle and 2 3-story buildings around the side. In addition, we're proposing to have an independent living building on the site itself. The greenhouse concept does allow for single-floor living, 10 residents to 12 residents per floor, and allows them to live in a congregate atmosphere while having dedicated nurse services, dedicated medical services, but the ability to live in a more quality environment. The net result of that is approximately 168 residents from the Jewish home itself will be moving out into those greenhouse buildings, and the home itself will maintain 160 residents in the building which currently exists. The idea of that is to provide single rooms as opposed to double rooms, essentially allow people to live in a far better atmosphere within the site. But the net result is that we're basically expanding the footprint of the skilled nursing facilities through the site and being able to provide those services to the residents. We have been contemplating and working on this for the better part of a year or a little bit more in terms of design on the site. And the design of the site is very particular and designed for lots of good purposes. What is designed and shown here is to provide a main road which connects basically Whitten Road and Meridian Center Boulevard to provide a spine, if you will, for traffic which will relieve the intersection at Winton Road, French Road, and the main Jewish home entrance, because people will traverse and come in this direction, come out onto Meridian Center Boulevard, and then work their way south. In addition, we are providing for walking trails within the site, and we'll be providing for walkability within the campus and oriented within the campus itself. So we're trying to enhance and try to benefit the quality of life throughout the site. In order to be able to do this, we need to get relief from the town, and the relief is basically in a couple of aspects. One is this parcel, which had been zoned commercial, or is zoned commercial, would be rezoned to be a consistent zoning with the RHD1, so the entire front of the campus would be RHD1 zoning. In addition to that, we need to modify the incentive zoning approval, which was in place with the BE1 parcel. The town and Jewish Senior Life had an agreement and an understanding in place, and efforts were made to replicate or enhance that agreement with the town, and that's been a matter of discussion between the town and the applicant. In addition, we have gone and we have visited with the planning board as part of the incentive zoning process. We have visited with the architectural review board. We have sent notices out of this hearing to in excess of 200 residents, both home ownership and apartment residents, and have not received any comments directly ourselves relative to the application at this time. So with the two main things that we need to do, which is the rezoning and the amendment of the incentive zoning and granting the new incentive zoning, we come before the board tonight to request your consideration of this application. Incentive zoning is something that the supervisors talked about quite a bit over the years and quoted in the newspaper as saying it's a tool within the town's toolbox, and in fact that is the case. And this is one circumstance where incentive zoning is a very logical piece of the puzzle. What is done with incentive zoning is certain items to which the code does not easily apply are addressed through what are referred to as incentives. And in exchange, the applicant provides amenities to the town. There are no off-site amenities which have been identified, such as parks, roads, other infrastructure, and the like. So the town code does provide for cash as an appropriate amenity to be provided, and an amenity in cash has been set forth in the application and reported in the newspapers, and is something that we believe is fair, and it provides for an initial payment to be made and a continuing payment in lieu of taxes with regard to the site going forward. With regard to the incentives which are being proposed, a lot of them are technical in nature. For example, the first one is livable floor area per dwelling unit. Our town code says you need 500 square feet per dwelling unit. Since the individual rooms located within the floors would be considered to be dwelling units, technically the code would require us to have rooms that were 500 square feet. for each resident, and that would be excessive in any model of this sort and more than what the need is. So we are requesting relief to allow 390 square feet per dwelling unit. The code also has a building separation requirement, which is driven by heights of buildings, and because of the height of the main Jewish home building as it sits right now, we would need building separation, which would be substantially greater than what your code normally would require for buildings of this sort within the site. We're proposing staying within the state building code requirement of 30 feet for building separation. In terms of maximum building length, there is a code provision for 160 feet for maximum building length. For the independent living building that we are demonstrating here, we do have in excess of that, but within normal parameters for a fire code, we are looking at 245 feet as the maximum length. With regard to setbacks, we have a couple of items of relief, one of which is essentially internal, and that is the independent living building, because there is a property line over here, would have a 5-foot setback, but that 5-foot setback would be essentially from the rest of the Jewish home campus. To that extent, we are requesting relief for that. One other setback that we need to address as part of the incentive zoning is something which we had discovered, and that is that the code does call out for skilled nursing facilities in the residential district that there typically would be a 100-foot setback. Now, that is in the residential districts only. So essentially, we have a circumstance where we have a code provision which was really designed for if you're placing a nursing home facility, if you will, near other residents, and they want to make sure it was substantially buffered from other residents if it were to be allowed in the residential district. In our case, all of our buildings comply except for we have one building which is 98 feet to Winton Road, as shown on our map, and one which is 83 feet to Meridian Center Boulevard on the site. And we think that those are appropriate setbacks as well with regard to the site itself. That is not, at this point, documented in our letter of intent. We will be providing an amended letter of intent to incorporate that setback requirement. Essentially, the final relief which is necessary comes in terms of parking. Parking under our town code does not very well address the senior circumstance. For independent living, we do not have a separate senior code. Many municipalities have a code which talks about one parking space per unit for seniors in an independent living setting. Our code currently provides for 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, one of which space should be enclosed. We are asking for relief to allow us to have 1.4 spaces per unit for the independent living section of the site. With regard to nursing home parking, under town code, a total of 440 spaces are required. Jewish Senior Life has had a long history and a long time to really ascertain what their parking needs are, and their parking needs are nowhere near the 440 number. The plan does provide for 392 spaces, which is based upon the code requirement of one space for each employee at the largest shift, as well as one for each nursing home bed. The fact of the matter is that for those of you who are familiar with it, and I live off of French Road, so I'm kind of familiar with the neighborhood and the area, a lot of the employees do use public transportation, which I think we should try to encourage. So therefore, we really don't need one space per employee, and we do have, at any given time, a substantial amount of parking spaces which are available within the site. Unlike many incentive zoning applications that we've had before this board over the course of the years, there's no use incentive. We have a permitted use that we're talking about here. We're basically talking about bulk requirements of the code, a lot of which are unique to the senior housing and nursing type facilities that we are talking about. In an effort to try to streamline the process, we have also done a lot more work than you would typically see at this stage of a project. Submitted with our zoning application was not only the standard full environmental assessment form, but also submitted was a large supplement to the full environmental assessment form, which had studies relative to areas such as traffic and drainage and the like and everything else, and that all has been reviewed by town staff. Under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, this board has to take a look at the totality of the environmental submission and to make a determination. If this board, after its review of all the information, can make a determination that this project will not have a significant adverse environmental impact, then a negative declaration would be issued under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. Negative declaration sounds bad. Actually, it's good. What it means is that we don't have to go through a process of doing an environmental impact statement, which would be warranted if, in fact, there were open issues. The fact of the matter is, Andy will talk about it a little bit more in depth, but there's been a lot of traffic analysis which has gone on along this corridor. And Andy has done a lot in the way of the drainage analysis, and all the other elements have been studied as well. Another thing that we did was that we analyzed consistency with the prior environmental reviews which were done by the town, more specifically in 1996. The 1980 review was very rudimentary and simple. The 96 review was quite thorough and complete. And we believe that we are within the parameters of that. Essentially what we are doing is that we are substituting for what could have been a 50,000 square foot medical office building, essentially 60 some odd independent living units. The net result of what we're talking about is substantially less environmental impact than what was analyzed previously. I know that there's always a lot of interest in the view and the architecture as well. That will follow Andy's comments, which I probably preempted some of them already, dealing with the engineering and site design. So with that, what we'd like to do is to have Andy speak and then Arch Pelly speak, conduct the elements of the public hearing, and we would be available certainly to answer any questions that the board or public may have.
Thank you, Jerry. Andy?
This is your Brighton resident team, Andy and I. So.
Thank you. Just for clarification, my name is Andrew Spencer. I'm with BME Associates, working on the site design aspects of this project. Jerry did touch on an awful lot of the aspects that I would just like to go a little bit further with. I know this is not a site design review, but I feel it's relatively important in regards to the seeker determination that you understand where we are in this process. We've done an awful lot of background research. We've put together that supplemental information to the FEAF to provide to town staff for their review. Just want to review a couple items, if I may. In regards to the overall project stormwater management and surface waters, what we have determined on the site, we've done test perks and we've done deep hole tests, and we've determined what type of soils we are contending with. We've come up with a preliminary design for the stormwater management. And the stormwater management will be contained within potentially 3 ponds along the Winton Road frontage of the property, and within the site itself with some green infrastructure practices. Green infrastructure practices such as rain gardens, infiltration areas. Did talk a little bit about using some other technologies like porous pavements and things, but I don't believe that the budget will allow. But each one of these practices will be provided as an amenity to the residents here. They will be finally landscaped with indigenous and adaptive species, and they will be very pleasant to look at. I know one of the concerns that JSL has with all the projects that they have completed is what do these stormwater management areas look like, not just a hole in the ground. So they will be aesthetically pleasing. We did some research for the utilities on the site, and we've reviewed the background studies from the town, as well as prepared some initial calculations. We have adequate sanitary and water services to serve this property. One additional revision, if you will, to the water system, we will be connecting to a water main that's on Meridian Center Boulevard to the south to finalize a looped water system here on the facility. Also, as part of the water system update, an RPZ that exists on the northern portion of the site will be replaced. That, in essence, will provide a better water service for this facility. As I said again, the sanitary sewer service is available and it is adequate to serve this project. We are currently in the process of reviewing this project with RG&E. We have provided them with site plans and load information for the proposed buildings, the independent living building as well as the greenhouses. We have yet to get any response from them, but we have been assured that it is in the engineering department at this point. I just wanted to let the board know, through our due diligence, they've had this information for over a month and a half now. And we have been following up with them. That information will be forthcoming.
I hope so, because you are not the only developer that is waiting for guidance from RG&E.
Patiently, waiting very, very patiently. In regards, and I know we want to talk about the architecture with Perkins Eastman, but one of the other very important elements here is the landscaping on the site. JSL is committed to providing quite an extensive landscaping package as part of this improvement. What we're trying to do here is to create a neighborhood. The entire site and the way that this has been laid out with an artery road coming through the site, the buildings facing that roadway, sidewalks along the roadway itself. We need to provide some street trees. We need to provide screening, and screening not for people along Meridian Center and or Winton, but actually screening for the residents in the community. So as they look out, they're not just looking at traffic coming by. But the landscaping that is being proposed at this point is going to be indigenous adaptive species, evergreen and deciduous trees and shrubs and herbaceous materials. They're really trying to create a campus that is in a park-like setting. I just do want to show you, in contrast to the landscaping plan, what exists on the site today, which is mainly just a lawn area.
What's wrong with that?
These are just lawn panels here. This will be a great improvement to the site. At least that's what JSL believes. Lighting on the site is going to be provided using a couple different size fixtures, a 12-foot height fixture and then also a 23-foot height fixture. Pedestrian scaled 12-foot fixture will be actually used around the greenhouse buildings themselves and along the roadway network. The 23-foot fixture would be used in the back parking area here. Some of that parking area does exist today. We are doing some modifications to it to add some more spaces, and where we do, we are adding landscaping to it. We did and have contacted emergency service providers of the town. We've received some responses back from them, and all of them at this point have indicated that they have services available to serve this project. Again, we are moving residents out of the Jewish Home Tower, bringing them into the greenhouse. In essence, we are only adding 65 more living units to this site, which is relatively small. And there will be absolutely no impact, I can say this emphatically, no impact to the Brighton School District. I'm sure of that one. Jerry did touch on the traffic a little bit. We did do some extensive traffic counts and investigations of the background traffic that exists on Winton Road. Since the diverging diamond was done by the New York State DOT, they did a quite extensive report. Also, with another project in the town that has been reviewed, we had traffic studies done along Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road. With both of those studies and doing our own calculations for traffic projection, we're looking at a 0.2% increase to the surrounding traffic. Just in relationship to the original approved project back in 1996, where the BE1 parcel was to house a 45,000 to 57,000 square foot medical office building, that's a reduction in the traffic by over 66%. I can almost say this emphatically, the amount of traffic we're putting on the roadway is negligible at best. We have also contacted Spall Development in addition to the residential neighborhood. We did have discussions with Spall Development about what this proposal was, what was going to be occurring, and at least verbally at this point, they have verbally said they have no issue with this project. The peak hour traffic for the senior facility is off of the office building facilities' peak hour traffics. And just a couple other items. The cultural resources and inventory of endangered species on the site, it's part of the FEAF, part of the supplemental information, but I'll let you know we have completed a Phase 1A and a Phase 1B cultural resources inventory on the site. SHPO has actually responded to us that there is a no impact with this project. Nothing was found on the site. Well, I believe a plastic fork was found on the site. In addition, we have contacted the New York State DEC, and the no endangered species have been found on the site as well. I think I've given you a very, very quick synopsis of some of the engineering issues or things that we had looked at. They are not issues. Giving you a little bit of a basic understanding of what the landscaping and the lighting would be like on the site. Do want to get into some of the architectural elements of the site, but if the board has any questions at this point about the engineering, I'd be happy to answer those.
What I think we'll do is let you complete, the project developer complete the presentation, and then we in the audience will take a crack at it. Just want to let our stenographer know if we do have a lot going on tonight, so if you do need to take a break, please don't be shy in letting us know.
Hello, my name is Arch Pelley. I'm with Perkins Eastman Architects. I'm an associate principal. I'm from the Pittsburgh office. I'm going to describe quickly the architecture and the programming a little bit of these buildings. As it has been mentioned, these are licensed or certified greenhouse. The greenhouse project is something you can look at online. It is a certified greenhouse started by Dr. Thomas under the Eden Alternative. It was really to provide a resident-centered basis for care, completely opposite the institutional model that he was encountering when he first founded the greenhouse project. So what it is it's 10 to 12 resident rooms, all with private baths, all with private rooms, centered around a series of public spaces: kitchen, dining room, living room, den for families to visit privately with residents, or in their rooms privately with residents, enough room in the room to visit with residents without any interruptions. The staffing on the greenhouse happens on the same staff is there every day. You do not have this sort of who's my nurse today. It's the same nurse. They cook the meals on the floor. So each one of the houses has its own cooking facilities. They will be supplied out of the sort of a commissary in the main Jewish Life building. So given that, the character of the buildings which is, because this is all about home, is to represent this sort of residential character and look. So what we've done is taken the look of Bulk and the Summit, which sits behind, and tried to give a similar version of that character with pitched roofs, simple siding, gables, facing the street, entrances all facing the street, so visitors can clearly see where they should be going into the building. Each household is run independently, so that even in the 3-story buildings, you go in, you go into an elevator, you can go up to a second or third floor, or even on the first floor, and you encounter a front door that you walk through and enter the living room and dining room spaces of that household. We have a series of views behind you that you had in your package. Views from both the highway, looking at the buildings and the landscaping around the buildings. These are computer models we generated off of the computer models that we have in our office for the buildings. And then we added the landscaping, photoshopped the landscaping in to scale. So the series of views the first series of views takes you around the edge of the site, looking into the site, and the second series of views are more internal to the site, looking at the buildings on the site. I can walk you through these views quickly. The first view is from the highway, 590, looking into the site. There's the Jewish home, and you can see the greenhouses in the background. The second is sort of from the corner of Winton Road and 590, looking at the greenhouse in the foreground, the existing Jewish home in the background. The third view is here, and that's looking, and you have these in the package. This is sort of the main entrance road. You can barely see the Jewish home in the background. What you see is much more residential in character at the front. You're beginning to see here, too, how we paired the buildings so that we sort of have an intimate courtyard in between two buildings for the residents to use and go out and enjoy, much more accessible, paved with plants and things that are very, that appeal to all the senses of the residents. And then you're seeing the next view is looking from the corner of Winton Road and Meridian Drive towards the single-story greenhouses with the 3-story greening to one house and the Jewish home in the background again. Number 5 is looking from Summit Drive into so this is the apartment building. It has a very similar character, so it's all to blend together into a single campus. And finally, when we finally get to 6, 7, and 8, you're looking at the boulevard that sort of goes through the campus, and it was purposely not made straight to slow traffic down, to provide a sense of a park-like character, and sort of the winding paths that go along the side. You can see those in some of these images, and that's where the native landscaping. This particularly would be appealing to the apartment residents, so this would be a rental project, apartment residents, so they could walk throughout the campus during the better weather. The gables you can see on the fronts of the building clearly indicate where entrances are. There's parking near those entrances. We understand clearly that a majority, not only are there elders and seniors in the households, many of the people visiting them are siblings or spouses, often, who are just as elderly and need parking very close to a front door. So the idea is we provide parking close to a front door that they can get into the house quickly. There could be a shuttle bus that runs throughout the campus that would connect the houses to bring them over to events in the main building. I don't know if there are any other questions for me.
Just in summary, again, we're here to deal with the incentive zoning and the rezoning of this parcel and property. The details of the site plan will be reviewed in depth by the planning board if the rezoning is approved. Also, the architecture will be reviewed in depth by the architectural review board as part of your normal process. The seeker aspect is something which needs to be done prior to a decision on the underlying application, which you have. I will share this relative to RG&E. One benefit that we do have relative to other projects which are really tied up in knots by them right now is that basically we're talking about an incremental change to an existing project, and we are talking about a brand new project. to that extent, we've received informally an indication that this could be well received and could be better received by them as opposed to other projects which the supervisor is familiar with and others are as well. With that, what we'll do is certainly take any questions that the board may have. In terms of the public hearing aspect of things, we typically like to collect all comments and address them so that we don't have repetitiveness. Of course, the board always has the ability to invite people back up after our responses as well. So with that, I guess I'll leave it to the supervisor to conduct the rest of the hearing.
Thank you, Jerry. Just a couple of notes before, and again, before we start with public comments and questions. Two things I want to make everybody aware of. One, I believe, based on the fact, at the very least on the fact that is indicated by council, they will be submitting, the Jewish Senior Life will be submitting a revised letter noting those two setback issues that you noted in your earlier presentation. We will keep the public hearing open until our next town board meeting, and I anticipate, by the way, that next town board meeting will be not until September 10th. I don't anticipate that we will hold a second board meeting in August, so that we'll see where we're at, but that's my thinking right now. But in any event, just in case anybody has any question about it, the town board will not be taking substantive action to approve or disapprove this project tonight. We're here to listen to you. We're here to ask questions and look forward to hearing answers and to garnering the information and thinking about the information that we're going to receive before we make a decision with whatever conditions are put onto it. So with that, I will ask if there is anyone in the audience that would like to address the board with any comments or questions concerning this proposed incentive and zoning and rezoning at this time. If so, please come to the podium. Please state your name and address and share your comment or question with us. Sue, come on up. It's all right.
So, good evening, Supervisor Maley and Town Board. I'm Sue Korpak, and I live at 579 French Road. I guess I'm biased because I have a mother that's in the Jewish home. I know many, many people there. I have both worked and visited other homes in the area. I also know the evolution of where medicine is going. I'm a nurse. I work with disabled people, and the reason I'm saying that is because I have knowledge and have been the nurse in charge of a group home. And when I do pre-employment training, we say that these group home settings are the consumers' homes, and the staff that is consistent that work there become family members. Holidays, everything about their life, and this relates and parallels to the elderly, is different. And think of us as we get older. It saddens me when I go to the Jewish home, which is like any other home, and people are reduced to being in one small room or maybe a little larger room. And if family members visit or they want to be in their room, there's a bed, there's a lounge, there's an armoire, but it still looks like either a hospital or an institution. And with this improvement, and I have no doubt that the landscaping will be beautiful, as well as the architect. I can't speak to the engineering, zoning, or anything like that, but the land there exists. And to see these people in a smaller setting where they have a larger space to retire to or entertain their guests or their family members, to sit at a dining room table where they don't have to wait until the other 30 or 40 people are being served, to maybe get up and participate in some part of that meal for holidays or birthdays or any celebration is more personable because there is that smaller unit. And there are many people at the Jewish home that have either nobody to care for them, they can't be cared in a home setting because of the equipment that's needed. if they fall or they need to be transitioned, the number of staff, and then they need nursing, skilled nursing. But there are many of them that will do so well in a setting like this. They don't have walkers, they may walk with a cane, but even the wheelchair people who get up from a wheelchair and use a walker for short distances, it's just so much more of a home setting when you think of, and they're all living longer, the 80, 70, 80, 90 years behind them, where they've been and what they end up like. This is just such an improvement, and it's happening all over the country. I have another job, and there's a company, I don't know the name of it, that buys 4-bedroom ranch homes. And they go out to services, agencies that can find 4 people, almost like the Golden Girls, where they can't live by themselves, they don't want to live by themselves, but they want this communal living, whether it's mixed or just female. But the change is that when they need either skilled nursing or assisted living, they pay independently. And I don't think that's in the plan. But the whole thing is that smaller and less institutionalized living increases their independence, their quality of life, their self-respect, and their dignity. And with that, I think I covered what I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board at this time? While we're open, feel free, but I know members of the board may have some questions. Louise?
I have questions. Okay. Jerry, you said that there's going to be 128 people will be going into the new homes and 160 will remain?
168 will be going into the greenhouse buildings, okay, and 160 will remain within the Jewish home.
How do they determine who's going to be where?
I don't know that there's a specific formula, but it may depend on the degree of skilled nursing which is necessary. I think that there may be some choice on the part of the residents as to whether they want to live in that congregate environment. I do know that there are different theories and philosophies as to whether people want to live in the more institutional setting. I think more people are inclined to live within the group setting right now, but I think that that's really yet to be determined.
Do you know if they're going to relocate their rehab setting into 1 or 2 of those homes?
That they're not going to have rehab within the greenhouse buildings, but rehab will remain within the main tower and could very well be enhanced.
Okay. Are you at liberty to say what the pilot will be?
Absolutely. Pilot program is a matter of public record. It was part of our submission as well as in the newspaper this Sunday. The proposed pilot is a $75,000 payment to be made at the time of the issuance of building permit and a $40,000 per year payment in lieu of taxes. That was arrived at primarily in analyzing the formula that was done in 1996 and looking to refine that and embellish it, and it's something which has been a matter of discussion. So we believe that that is an appropriate figure to work from.
Jerry, just to clarify, that 40,000 then will be indexed
That's correct.
Forward.
It will be, yeah, I'm sorry. It will be indexed as it was in the 1996 resolution for inflation, right?
Okay. That sounds good. When you say that you're going to have a new road going in, is that going to be Meridian Center Boulevard?
No, it is actually a road which is going to run through the site. It's going to run from French Road over here
where the current
and go through past the greenhouse buildings and near the main building and come all the way through and then connect with the Summit Walk driveway and then come out onto Meridian Center Boulevard.
So are you going to be able to get to the park?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We have both vehicular and pedestrian access to the park going through.
I was going to ask if you're going to put trails.
There are trails which are incorporated within the site. For reasons of security and the like, we're not proposing trails along the exterior area. We don't necessarily want people wandering or have the ability to wander. So what we're doing is that on the plan, it does show that there are trails within the site which essentially interconnect the buildings.
And is there also a trail where they can get to Wolk and Summit?
Yes.
There is? Okay.
And Andy's going to jump on that one.
I'm just flipping to it. I'm flipping to it very, very quickly. That the trail connection from the proposed Jewish home site comes through and connects to the existing trail system here at the Summit and our property.
Okay. And Andy, you said that you're going to be putting in 3 retention ponds. What is going to happen to the pond that's there now?
That is going to be filled.
It's going to be filled?
Yes.
And that is at the end of the parking lot on the east side? Because I parked there and right in front of it. So that will be filled. Are you going to extend that parking lot at all, or are you going to put new parking? I mean, I know you're going to put parking in front of each of those homes.
Yeah, no, in essence, this parking area right here disappears. Okay. A smaller parking area will be provided right adjacent to the Jewish home here. And then, in essence, we're taking all of this parking and moving it through the site to bring some parking directly in front of the greenhouses themselves. And then we're adding a little bit more parking up here. That is for the employees and visitors coming to the Jewish home here. But the intent is to create that, as Arch had mentioned, that green boulevard coming through here, tree-lined street effect.
Okay. And because when I've been there, and these homes are they going to be, when you go into the main entrance, and then you go, the Jewish home is right here, and then there's parking here, is it the grassy area all the way just to where the parking lot is now, or is it going to be all the way, is it going to be only on the south side? The homes.
To kind of answer the question, the grassy area that extends all the way to the turnaround area and to the front entrance is going to be taken out. This, in essence, becomes the front entrance. There is a proposal to provide a little bit larger covered area here for entranceway into the Jewish home tower. But we will have lawn area and landscaped areas here along the frontage of both Meridian and Winton Road here, large expanses of landscape and lawn area here, but we're not going to have that large expanse any longer. That's going to disappear.
Okay. Let's see. I think that might be it. Somebody else can ask a question. I'll see if I have any more.
I do have a number, but Jason or Jim, if you have some questions.
I'll jump in. Jerry, can I hear a little bit more about the independent living apartments? Is there going to be an age cutoff, 55 plus, 65 plus, and how do we determine?
It is an independent living at 55 plus. It does conform with the Federal Fair Housing Act. Unlike the Summit, there's no entry fee, if you will. It's a straight monthly rental, and it does essentially set up and provide for a normal continuum of care for people who want to live on this type of campus and then have the availability of assisted living nearby and then skilled nursing if need be.
And are you going to require any relief from the code requirements on the square footage for the apartments? Are they going to meet the code? And the parking is going to meet the code for the apartments?
The square footage of the dwelling units do not need any relief for the independent living units. The parking I did talk about and does require relief because our code really doesn't address a normal senior housing metric. Normal senior housing metric in most other towns and in the county parking study is approximately 1 parking space per unit is a normal metric. Our code requires 1.5 spaces, one of which is covered. We are proposing 1.4 parking spaces, so we're in excess of what the normal requirement would be. We're trying to approach what the code would be. At the Summit, they did try to deal with covered parking. There's not really demand for it. If there was a demand, there certainly would be, it would be incorporated. So the Jewish Home and Jewish Senior Life has a benefit of living and understanding their experience and being able to work with their experience and believe that the 1.4 ratio is a very comfortable number.
And with respect to the independent living apartments, are they all going to be one bedroom, or is there going to be a mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms?
There's going to be a mix of bedrooms, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom.
The combination is 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom den, which is very appealing to some seniors, so the den can be used if somebody's sick, their spouse could sleep in that den for the evening, and then the 1 bedroom, and that's sort of the mix of the things. They would all be either one bath, or some of them may actually have 2 baths. The 2 bedrooms would have 2 baths.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry, I have a few questions. I'd like to have our senior town planner, Ramsey Boehner, come to the podium.
Oh, I'm off the hook. I get to sit down. Good.
Good evening.
Ramsey, this, according to what I'm reading here, this was reviewed by our planning board July 17th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, said the basic planning board supports the proposed application. The proposed project appears to be well suited for the project site and area. There's adequate facilities that exist for the proposed project. And the proposed amendments are consistent with the intent of the comprehensive development regulations and also the aims of our comprehensive development plan.
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else that you could add to this? The
No, I think
standpoint of our comp plan and...
No, I think the planning board supported the project as they stated in their letter. They looked at it, has it fit the area, has it fit the site. They thought it was very appropriate to be part of the Jewish Home campus, and that's what they were trying to relay in that letter.
But this is the 10-year-old plan. They're talking about the last comp plan?
Correct, Louise.
Yes,
Yes,
that's
yes,
correct.
right.
The existing plan.
That's correct. But more importantly, they're looking at the surrounding land uses and how the area is developed now and what they see the future going.
I have another question for Jerry.
All right. Thank you, Ramsey.
You're welcome.
Yes, Louise.
The people that will be going into the 2-bedroom or 1 in a den,
Yes.
they're already at the Jewish Home?
No, they are not. They are not. But what we're trying to do is to provide for the ability for people who want to locate in apartments near those types of facilities. In many cases, they may have family. They may have a desire to really get themselves situated so that if they need skilled nursing going forward or assisted living, that they're already set on the campus. This is not those units would not be displacing people who are already on the campus. They would be new residents.
So it's like the St. John's, the Brickstone, where they have
Right.
apartments, and then they have the other ones, which it's all going to continue, and they go to here, and then you go to that one, and then you go to that one, and then
Yeah. And we basically have all the that ones here.
Yeah.
And St. John's comes to a point where
Yeah.
that one stops. They don't have the skilled nursing facilities there
Okay.
on that campus.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Andy, I'd like to, a couple questions. Being the landscape architect, looking along South Winton Road and right around Meridian Center Boulevard, talk to us again about the landscaping that's going to be bordering both of those streets or roads.
What we have proposed at this point in time, we have a stormwater management pond will be right at the corner.
Right, right.
But along this stretch here, we have a combination of evergreen trees, as well as deciduous shade trees, as well as some decorative flowering ornamental trees in that zone. Really, I believe one of the view sheds that captures that, is it behind one of these? Here we go. Number 4, and unfortunately we're not pulled back far enough. We're actually into the site. But this will be a relatively dense coverage right in here. And again, to provide, as we are looking at this, is to provide screening for the residents here. Arch quickly mentioned that the combination of the buildings provides for a common courtyard area outside of the buildings. So they can go out, and those will either be, portions of it will be fenced if some of the patients have dementia, et cetera, but it creates screening along this area here.
The average setback from the street to the buildings themselves?
This building here is at a 98 feet. We're over 100 feet in separation here, and this building here is at 83 feet. And the independent living building is and does comply with the RHD1 zoning classification with a 60-foot front setback.
What's the size of these trees that they plan to put in when they do install them?
We will follow the town regulations for landscaping.
Thank you.
Andy, while I've got you up there, you used the word, you were referring to the green infrastructure components. You used the word amenity, but I just want to clarify, you are not claiming those as an amenity in the sense of the incentive zoning use of the word. It's to enhance the project, not as an amenity to the town.
That is correct.
Okay. Jerry, the property currently pays various district charges, and those charges will continue to be paid, sewer, fire, and the like, in addition to the amenity component of the incentive zoning.
That is correct. That is correct.
Something, and you've touched on it, that public transportation currently serves the Jewish home. I know RGRTA currently operates under a model that is really employer-driven, and in some cases requires employers to commit to making payments as a condition of continued service. I don't know whether that's something that Jewish Senior Life is currently doing there, because obviously you certainly are generating some ridership. But are you prepared to make a commitment that, to the extent necessary, you will enter into whatever agreements so that we do have a commitment that there will be continued transit service throughout the Jewish Senior Life campus?
In my experience, and you may know better than I don't know if they do that with not-for-profit or public-type institutions of this sort. Certainly, it's in Jewish Senior Life's best interest to participate and continue to participate and have bus service available, not only for employees, but also for those who want to visit residents.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, that's part of, the traffic data, and it's certainly consistent with the direction that the town wants to go, and frankly, for incentive zoning projects in general, going forward, from my perspective, that's something I'm going to be looking at very closely. So good. I'm glad to hear that. A couple of my questions have already been answered, so thank you for that. Talked about various lighting fixtures. Are you going to be considering LED or other environmentally friendly lighting fixtures? And I imagine there is going to be quite a bit of lighting there. Will you be dark sky compliant with your lighting fixtures?
Yes, let me answer the second question first. Yes, the fixtures will be dark sky compliant. Right now, they have been proposed as high-pressure sodium fixtures. That is what currently is being utilized on the site. That's why they're being proposed here, to be consistent with. To answer your first question, I think that's something that we need to take back to Jewish Senior Life and ask of them whether or not they'd be willing to look at LED fixtures for energy savings and things of that nature.
Okay.
It is interesting for those who don't know, and certainly the town board is well skilled in this. Dark sky compliant is intended to maintain all light spill contained within the site and to make sure that none of it bleeds out. Fortunately or unfortunately for us, we're next to an expressway which doesn't necessarily follow any of those rules. So we do have a lot of ambient light, if you will, which does come onto our site, which may or may not be welcome, but we have to live with that as well.
Good point. Yep. The rehab, there will be I gather, a fairly significant increase in the number of beds in the tower that are designated, directed for rehab purposes. How will that sort of change other ancillary, particularly traffic, but parking and other demands that are on the site?
It's a good question. We think the changes are going to be incremental relative to this. It's really going to be based upon demand. We have designed our parking to provide enough flexibility to allow for parking areas. I think people who utilize the rehab, in addition to employees, probably would be more inclined. I know, and I have had family members here, the parking field, which is in this area, is a primary parking field for those people. Again, I think that there's a benefit with the road network situated as it is for people who are going south to be able to come out of the site through here and to go through Meridian Center Boulevard. We think that we certainly have enough infrastructure to be able to handle what we would consider to be an incremental increase in the amount of rehab beds.
Okay. You indicate, I just want to make sure my notes are right, that there will be a minimum 30-foot separation between greenhouse buildings?
That's correct. That's correct. That's in accordance with the state building code.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions at the moment. Again, let me just go back out to the members of the audience here. Would anyone else like to address this public hearing at this time? Again, understanding that we will be keeping the public hearing open.
I'd just like to address that for a second. It's certainly the prerogative of the board to do that. We're talking really about more or less a technical change to our letter. I did share that with the board, and it's clearly the board's decision as to whether to continue the public hearing at this point.
Jerry, just one more question.
Sure.
Sorry about that. About staffing requirements. Now, I
Yes.
do understand that the long-term patients up in the main tower will be moved then into these greenhouse-style
Some will,
housings.
right.
Is there anticipated with these additional care units, so to speak, that there will be additional staffing requirements increase from what's in the tower already?
The answer, I was going to see whether Andy wanted to. The answer is no.
Okay.
The answer is no. The anticipation is that we will be able to effectively and efficiently operate with roughly the same staff.
Ramsey, are you comfortable if we do in fact close the public hearing with the expectation that we will receive an amended letter setting forth that additional setback incentive that's being requested?
I'm comfortable because it was put on the record as part of Mr. Goldman's presentation. He did give the specific setback requirements and what they are proposing. So I am comfortable with that.
Okay.
Jerry, could you please relay to the people at the Jewish home that I emphatically disagree that they have enough staffing in the rehab. My husband just went through there, and there is not enough, and it's not continuous with the same people, so it's confusing.
I certainly will share that comment back.
Board members, any further questions or comments?
No, I think it's pretty clear to me.
Again,
like it. I
I'll
think-
note that we won't be taking any action tonight, as we always do with these projects. We will be, looking at the, the information we've gotten. We'll be crafting conditions to make sure that, as we've said for a lot of years about incentive zoning, the goal, when we do approve incentive zoning projects, the goal is to make good projects better. And we will be crafting conditions that would be attached to a final resolution with that thought in mind. If, based on the town planner's comfort level, the fact that, one more time, I'll ask, and again, I think it's important to note, I think Dan did note it earlier, but we did send letters out to, again, I think 1,000-foot radius around the project.
Actually, it's more than 1,000 feet. It's 1,000 feet plus attaching neighborhoods. So basically, it incorporated the French Court Apartments. It incorporated Chateau Square. It incorporated even some residences, I believe, on Vienna Wood Drive, which fit within that area.
Yeah, obviously the Eastbrook properties and. Okay, good.
I might have missed it, Supervisor, but did we have a specific outline of the remaining steps in the environmental review process?
We didn't go through, point by point, but Jerry did lay out if, there are two potential tracks. We could, make the requisite finding that it does not have a material adverse impact on the environment, and ultimately, based on that fact, prior to taking action to approve an incentive zoning resolution, issue a negative declaration. We could also make a finding that it's a type 1 action and require a full environmental review.
Has there been any determination as to what type of action this is?
It is a type 1 action under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. What that means is it required coordination of the review between all involved agencies. The town board at their meeting last month indicated their intent to act as lead agency. A notice went out to all those agencies. I believe they have a couple of more days in which to respond. As with most circumstances like this, it is highly unlikely that anyone will want to arm wrestle away the lead agency designation from the town board, in which case the town board then would be authorized to move forward with the environmental review. And as the supervisor pointed out, the next step is what's referred to as a determination of significance, and that is to determine whether there is a determination that the action will not have a significant adverse environmental impact based upon the data which has been provided, or could the project have a significant adverse environmental impact. And then at that point, the town would have to identify what areas needed further analysis and review as part of a scoping process, and then go through an environmental impact statement process. The fact of the matter is, we made a substantial investment up front in terms of engineering, in terms of providing information to the town, in order to facilitate the town in making that determination. And it's our fervent hope that that determination will be that the project will not have a significant adverse environmental impact, the negative declaration would be issued, and that you can proceed to decision.
And does the sponsor have any particular position on whether, based on the type of action this is, that the negative declaration could be conditioned?
Because it is a type 1 action under the State Environmental Review Act regulations, a conditioned negative declaration is not an option which is available to the town. However, what typically happens, if there are certain conditions which are identified, if they are transmitted to the applicant and the applicant amends their application under the case, and we're among a group of lawyers here, among others, under the case of Merson versus McNally that was decided by the state's highest court in 1990, the board can then make a determination of significance and issue a negative declaration. So if there is anything from an environmental nature which is identified, which should be modified on the project, and if in fact those modifications are incorporated, a negative declaration could properly issue.
Thank you.
One last opportunity, because I do believe, based on what I've heard from our planner, contrary to what I had suggested earlier, and based in part upon what I was starting to get into, that we have reached out, cast a wide net here to reach out to identify people who might wish to make their voices heard one way or another on this project. I am prepared to close the public hearing tonight with the understanding that we'll then proceed at a future meeting to make the final decision on the project. But again, one more opportunity for anybody either in the audience or here to ask any questions or make any comments. Hearing none, I declare this public hearing to be closed.
Thank you.
And again, we will, I anticipate we'll be working with you and staff to begin to craft a resolution with conditions for the board to consider. And I think it's important to note that does not mean that the board has made a decision one way or another, but it is important then when the board does take action on it, that if they are going to potentially adopt a resolution approving this rezoning request, that it have the necessary conditions and incorporate, among other things, the commitments that have been made tonight and made in the application relating to the amenities and the impact of the incentives, that all of those be properly identified and conditioned and timed as part of the action. So that's something we'll be working on, and we'll look to come back with a decision at a future meeting.
Thank you very much. Look forward to working with the town.
Thorough presentation tonight,
Thank
all
you.
of you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the next public hearing.
No, we're good.
You want to take a break?
Yes.
Done. We'll come back at 9:45 on that clock. That's 7 minutes. next public hearing tonight is on the proposed local law entitled 2014 Technical Code Amendment Local Law. Can I ask the clerk if the necessary legal notice was published in this manner?
Have an affidavit of publication from the Brighton Pittsford Post for July 31st, 2014.
Thanks very much. In that case, I hereby declare this public hearing to be open. And Tim or Ramsey, whichever one of you would like to give us a brief summary of what we're doing with, because we do have a couple of items that are included in this technical code amendment.
Certainly, Bill. It really is to just clean up some issues in the code. Thereby technical amendments. It's not really proposing anything drastic or radical to be added to the code. With the reorganization last year of Parks and Recreation into Parks and Recreation departments, with the Park Department coming under the Department of Public Works, there was reference to the Director of Parks and Recreation, which was antiquated at this point. So that has been changed to make reference to the Commissioner of Public Works instead. Same thing in the chapter with trees. The Director of Parks and Recreation is no longer a title here, so it's been changed to the Commissioner of Public Works. Then we get into some definition of cultural facilities, and we were able to specify, I guess, be more specific for nonprofit institutions and adding some religious uses to that, section. And it also applied in district use regulations as well. And then the final third part of the technical amendments was relative to incentive zoning, relative to requiring rather than allowing submittal of sketch plans, but also making a change to conform to New York State town law relative to the incentive zoning.
Amenity, yeah.
Right.
Good. Okay. Thanks for that summary, Tim. Is there anyone that would like to address the board on this public hearing at this time? Any questions from members of the town board? I think all of these have been considered at committee meetings. I concur in Tim's assessment of them. They do clean up and conform some things, and I think are all worthy additions, modifications to our code. But any questions, any comments?
I would just note, Supervisor, that in addition to the text of the technical amendments, you do have before you a negative declaration prepared by Ramsey, finding that there was no significant environmental impact from the amendments that were made, that are proposed to be made. Sorry, I said no impact, no significant environmental impact based on the negative declaration prepared by Ramsey.
And as part of your resolution, if you do in fact approve this local law, you will first be adopting that negative declaration. But if there are no comments either from the audience or from members of the board, then I declare this public hearing to be closed, and I would ask for a resolution that will, among other things, as Ken said, adopt that negative declaration and approve the proposed law.
This is the first time I'm seeing this, that's why.
Actually,
no, I don't think it is.
The full text was attached to the resolution where we set this public hearing as well.
This has been out there, Louise.
That's possible, yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that has to do with incentive zoning is the very last one?
Correct.
Correct, and all we're doing there is making an amendment to conform so that the language of our incentive zoning code matches exactly with the town law provisions relative to incentive zoning.
Of the state of New York.
Suzanne, when it talks about setting up a special
trust fund
for
that's in the law now, and that will stay.
Well, how does that work? I mean, like we just heard, he's going to give us $75,000, or they're going to give us $75,000. So that goes into a special trust fund to be used. Oh, so it's a trust fund that it's not just his money, but all money we may get from incentive zoning?
It can be either. We do have existing trust fund, but we can also set up, you know, a new trust fund, you know, depending on where we want to direct the trust fund has to be for a purpose that,
Right.
that an incentive, you know, that an amenity can be. I mean, for example, we've in the past had cash going to the Parkland Trust Fund, where we've, you know, decided that cash was the right amenity, but we didn't have something to, you know, a piece of land in mind at that moment. But that will simply conform,
But if
continue to conform to state law. and
If a specific purpose is not given, but they're just giving us the cash to use at our discretion, how do we determine?
In the resolution, for example, on this, you know, the Jewish home resolution, we will direct where the cash goes as part of the resolution.
Right, it doesn't have to go back to something for that part of town or that,
No,
it's something that we may need ourselves.
that's right. That's
Okay.
right.
Right. Well, we were just commenting over here that the statute says it has to have a benefit to the community. And there are, I mean, I can't remember the language. Well, we have it right here, actually. It's exactly, if you read what is in the amendment, it's exactly what the town law says.
Well, I hope we're doing things for the benefit of the community.
Well, that's right, we do, and we have tried in general where we can to,
Have a nexus.
yeah, good word.
Yes.
Have a nexus to the, you know, to that part of town, and, you know, is where we can, or to, you know, impacts of the.
People that it comes from.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
If there's nothing further, then I do declare the public hearing to be closed. And I may have done that already, but in any event,
Sorry.
now I do want
We're reclosing.
a resolution, if we could, please.
I told him I wasn't going to ask any
That's
more
all right.
questions.
Can I have a resolution on this matter?
Yes, Bill, with the matter to approve proposed local law entitled 2014 Technical Code Amendments and receive, file, and adopt a negative declaration relating to same, and receive and file the Monroe County Department of Planning and Development response to development review. I move that we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye?
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mailey?
Aye. Next public hearing is on the proposed local law entitled 2014 Dog Seizure and Impoundment Local Law. And I'll ask the clerk again, has the necessary legal notice been given in this matter?
For this matter as well, sworn or an affidavit of publication from the Brighton Pittsburgh Post from July 31st.
Thank you. In that case, I declare this public hearing to be open, and I'll stick with you, Dan, if you would give us a summary of the law and why it is we're making these changes.
So largely these are, I think, would also fall under the technical amendment category. When dogs are seized by animal control, in the past, while the code right now is technically legally correct, and we're following that, it's very confusing for staff and for residents who are coming in trying to redeem their dogs. So I really worked with Ken to clean up the language and make it simpler to understand, and to keep it evergreen so that every time whatever vendor we are using at that given time change their fees, we don't have to actually have a town board action and a public hearing to change the specific dollar amount that was written into the code so that it's coming out. And the other, one of the more important parts, something that the chief had discussed at the public safety meeting on this, is that in our contracts with recently Pittsford Animal Hospital, there have been provisions in the contract for emergency veterinary care. The code did not address that, so we've kind of added that in here for the code to come along with what the way practice has actually been.
Good. Thanks for that, Dan. Any questions or comments from members of the audience that would like to address this proposed local law in the public hearing? Any comments from the town board? Louise?
Does the initial law about dogs state all dogs must be licensed?
Yes. Yeah, it's New York State law.
Up to
ours as well.
As of the age
4
of
months.
4 months.
Which there's some debate about, but that's a discussion for another night.
No, why I'm asking is because most of this is about any licensed dog, which is about seizures and so forth, and so if number one, they have to be licensed, and number two, my concern is that any dog which is not licensed, that they can be taken off of their own property if they are, any dog which is not licensed, whether or not on or off the owner's premises. So a dog control officer can go onto somebody's premise and seize a dog, even if the dog isn't doing anything?
No, I can answer that. With due process, we can. Common practice is we do not seize a dog that's unlicensed, but if there's been some type of court action that authorizes the seizure of the dog, then we can go on the private property to do that.
And that is not a change
that's
from existing law. That is currently in the law.
Clarified better, I think.
Any other comments or questions?
And we did review this at Public Safety. Dan presented that. We were able to comment and ask questions at that point, and everything appeared to be in order at that time, too.
No further comments either from the audience or from the board? In that case, I declare this public hearing to be closed, and I would ask for a resolution to approve the proposed local law.
With respect to proposed local law entitled 2014 Dog Seizure and Impoundment, I move that we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Discussion? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. And one last public hearing. This relates to the proposed removal of a town tree in the town right-of-way located adjacent to 275 Ashbourne Road. Legal notice for the tree removal public hearings are slightly different, but Dan, can you confirm that legal notice has been given pursuant to the tree law?
So we are not required for traditional legal notice in the paper, but we do have an affidavit of mailing from the Public Works Department with the stating sent out on July 24th to the adjoining property owners, and a list of those are in your packet.
Great, thank you. In that case, I declare this public hearing open, and this does relate to a 48-inch black walnut tree located adjacent to 275 Ashbourne Drive. We are considering it, and we discussed this briefly when we set the public hearing. There were several other trees that the Brighton Tree Council did review and recommended supporting the decision of the Commissioner of Public Works to remove them. Those 4 other trees, none of them were the so-called significant town trees, as this one is based on its size. So therefore, we do have to have the public hearing. You do have the report of our arborist, who gives it a 9 hazard rating based on failure potential, the potential size of the part of the tree that would fail, and the target rating, how frequently the adjoining area is used by pedestrians and cyclists and vehicles. You have the arborist report, Jerry Peterson. You have some photographs of the tree. I hope everybody's had a chance to go and take a look at it. And correspondence is indicated here. So that's the subject matter of the tree. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address this matter? Judy?
Judy Schwartz, 179 Ashbourne Road. I must admit, I walk through the neighborhood constantly, and I've not looked at the tree. But my question is the homeowner aware that he or she can get a replacement tree?
I've already talked to him, Judy.
And are they going to?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they are?
That's our policy, and they want a tree.
But they do want one?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Second of all, is that retroactive? No?
Pay no attention to that man behind this curtain.
Because a tree was removed from a house right near us. The person has since moved away, and the current owner has no idea that there was even a tree there. I mean, can you go back to?
Oh, sure.
You can.
As part of our program every year, if we have extra trees, we will plant them if somebody calls us up and says, hey, I'd like a tree.
At least we'll take a look at.
Yeah, we'll
plant,
take a look.
to see if it's an appropriate.
Yeah,
Well, as I say, a tree
to-
was there many years ago.
Sure.
Well, maybe, I don't know, I lose track, maybe 5 to 8 years, 5-ish or so.
Mhm.
And I didn't know whether you could, go back.
Do you know today? It is our policy now that when we do take these street trees down, we do replace them.
Because I don't know how familiar you are with Ashbourne, but Ashbourne is a street that has the most magnificent.
Lovely.
Yeah, and many people walk our neighborhood, and particularly our street, because they're shaded, from the sun, and they even come over from other streets to run in a circle on it. So we are really lucky.
Do you know if those folks would like a tree, Judy, or you're just asking if we
The
could
one
put
where it was removed years ago, no, I don't think she even knows she has that opportunity
Okay.
to ask. But I will, mention something to
Well,
her.
tell her to
and
call
see.
me.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to, put that on our list because, we will accommodate as best we can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
As long as they know that they have the option and you are going to plant, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Judy. Any further comments or questions on this public hearing, either from the audience or from members of the board?
Well, we reviewed this at the Public Works Committee meeting earlier last week. And this tree is a magnificent old tree, but it's past its prime, and it is really a hazardous to the safety of the neighborhood, really.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim.
Just a question regarding the time frames for the tree removal and then the installation of the replacement tree. What are we looking at?
Jason, if this is approved this evening, Highway Department will get the results tomorrow. They will contact, the tree service provider that will do that for us. I would say that it's probably going to be taken down within the next 2 weeks, as soon as possible. And replacement tree would be next springtime.
Will it be a black walnut, or are there?
Black walnut is generally not on our desirable street tree list. It'll be something else, right?
A neighboring black walnut tree, therefore I have no foliage growing on that side of my yard.
Yeah, it's amazing what they do.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
Thanks, Tim. Anything further? Hearing nothing, I declare this public hearing to be closed and would ask for a motion on the resolution that you have to confirm the recommendation of the commissioner that this tree be removed.
In the matter before us, the proposed removal of tree at 275 Ashbourne Road, I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeVonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We had a lot of public hearings tonight, and thank you for, as I said, your patience as we work through them. Going back to where we left off on the rest of the business agenda, communications. Can I have a motion to receive and file the communications?
So, second.
Couple of things here. I had the opportunity to meet with Gay Mills, the executive director of the Genesee Land Trust, and another board member of the trust. they're looking to make sure they're fulfilling their mission. They have been very helpful to us in the past as we've expanded our open space inventory. So I had a good meeting with them, and I appreciate Kay's note back. We do have a confirmation from the State Department of Taxation and Finance, State Office of Real Property Services, that the final state equalization rate for the town of Brighton for our 2014 assessment roll is 98. That remains within our range, and certainly that number does not suggest that we need to proceed at this time with a town-wide revaluation. That's something we'll continue to look at, but at this time we are certainly very close to you know, the 100% target number. So that's good to have. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this communication? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Committee reports. Louise?
Parks and Recreation and Community Services have not met since the last town board meeting. Their next meeting will be on the 22nd of September at 4:30 at the Brookside School. The public is invited.
Thank you. Our finance chair is not here. Jason, are you giving a report?
Giving a report, yes. Finance Administrative Services Committee met last Tuesday, August 5th, and everything that was discussed in the meeting is on tonight's agenda. And in addition, there were some matters regarding employment policies that were tabled for further review, being the half-pay sick leave policy for part-time permanent employees, sick leave policy revision for full-time employees, and a comp time policy revision for full-time employees. And those are under further review and perhaps will be taken up at a future meeting.
Great.
Our next finance meeting will be next Tuesday, which is August 19th, provided that, unless our town board meeting does not take place, then I believe that will be canceled, in which case our next finance meeting would be on the 2nd of September. We meet in the stage conference room here behind the main auditorium. We meet at 3:30 in the afternoon, and the public is invited to attend.
Thank you. And you know, it is possible that we would need to schedule that meeting, but I think realistically we probably will not, and so that 2nd will be the date. Thanks, Jason. Keep going.
In public safety, I'll take one hat off and put the other one on. The Public Safety Committee met yesterday, Tuesday, August 12th at 8 a.m. And amongst the items on the agenda that were discussed were mainly the special events. That the Brighton Homecoming, the parade is scheduled for Friday, September 19th. And I believe it's the usual plan, and the permitting process is well underway, and the town departments are marshaling those through. And the other item that was discussed is the battle at Buckland, which is actually a, I don't want to call it a rivalry match, but it's a friendly rivalry match between the boys' baseball teams at McQuaid High School and Brighton High School, taking place at Buckland Park on Thursday, August 28th, I believe is the date. Right. And basically what they're channeling their competitive spirit to benefit some good causes, including Habitat for Humanity and the Tyler Kopp Memorial Fund. Actually,
and there's a third one.
The third one, oh, how can I forget? The Brighton Veterans Memorial, yes. And it's $5, and there's going to be actually instructional camps given by MCC and U of R staff before the game time, and then there's going to be a fireworks display afterwards. So with an event like that, we do have to review also for public safety issues, including parking and making sure that there are provisional plans in case that would be Brighton Volunteer Ambulance, Brighton Fire, Brighton Police. Everybody is on board as far as any additional traffic concerns or other public safety issues. So we were able to interface with the project sponsor, with the event sponsors, and get that underway. Our next public safety meeting will be on Tuesday, September 9th. We meet at 8 o'clock in the morning in the lower level community meeting room, and the public is invited to attend.
Thanks, Jason. I really want to put in a plug for folks out there to come out and join me, and I hope a lot of you up here. This is the Battle at Buckland 2. Last year was the first ever Battle at Buckland. It was a wonderful baseball game. Friendly rivalry is exactly right. These are 15-year-old and under, so mostly 14 and 15-year-old kids from Babe Ruth League teams from McQuaid and Brighton High School. What a way to kick off a rivalry. The McQuaid pitcher threw a no-hitter. And the Brighton pitcher did almost as well. It was a 1-0 ball game, very well played. The kids had a lot of fun. But as much fun as I had that night, I just want to say, Jim, and you were there, and I'm sure you'll second this. The game was just, you know, the whipped cream on top, because to me the best part of this whole event was the lead-in. Jim and I were both out at the Brighton Veterans Memorial with maybe half a dozen boys on both teams, and Tom Hope. And Tom Hope, as most of you know, really was very much inspirational in getting our Brighton Veterans Memorial, bring just the idea and then bringing it to fruition with Jim and his Veterans Memorial Committee. But spending an hour that afternoon out there with Tom Hope and these 10 or 12 boys, watching Tom interact with them. Tom is a World War II veteran. Watching him interact with these boys and watching those boys interact with Tom. And the smiles on everybody's faces. Tom's out there asking them, you know, their T-shirts or their hats, what did they mean? And they're talking to him about, you know, the memorial and his service. Everything else, you know, was gravy. That, to me, just exemplified why this was such a great event. So I'm really looking forward to the Battle at Buckland 2. I hope we'll get a great turnout. For those of you out there that are baseball fans, as I am, there will be silent auction items, raffle items. Tim Fitzgerald, local attorney, but also Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings, and Dan has been very generous in providing raffle items to the Battle at Buckland 1, and I know we'll do it again. So whether you're a baseball fan, whether you support one of these three great charities, or whether you just like kids, this is really a not to be missed event, Thursday, August 28th. So,
Great.
Get that plug, Jim. I don't know if there's anything more you want to say about it, but it was
that's great. Really.
Wonderful night.
It's a great idea. I'm glad they started it last year and make it an annual event from here on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Jason, for that report. Jim, Public Works?
Public Works met last Monday, and at that time, under old business, we were looking at proposed changes to the town code, amendments, I should say, Chapter 207 regarding animals. Patty Love, one of our residents at Helen Road, offered comments on the most recent draft of the code revisions, and the town staff was going to review those suggestions, and we'll move forward with proposed changes for consideration by the town council probably in September.
But I understand that she was given guidance that we're going to have, that it's going to come back one more time to the Public Works Committee.
Right.
And I'm just going to suggest that, you know, and I appreciate, you know, the input that we've gotten. It's very helpful to me as we've thought about this. But I'm really hopeful that after this next Public Works Committee meeting, we can bring it out to the board so that we can all
air it out,
have a public hearing on proposed changes, and let the whole community
that is
give
the plan.
Input on this. Good.
That's the plan. And under new business, obviously we were looking at what we discussed tonight is setting a public hearing for the noise ordinance relief for Broadstone, and we pretty well covered that one ad nauseum tonight here, so I'll move on from that. Then the other thing was the town code regarding vacant homes. The discussion of the topic really ensued pursuant to the town of Pittsford's recent action, which you covered, Bill. And the town is reviewing the Pittsford documents in that regard, and more to follow as we move it back through Public Works and then bring it back to the board.
And that also is one, as we said with Mr. Zoglin here tonight, is one that I hope we can really give some concentrated attention to at the next Public Works Committee meeting, and hopefully we'll, at that point, have enough to put together final wording that, will conform to what we already have in our code, and but augment it, as we discussed. So I know Ken will be working with us on that.
Okay. And our next Public Works Committee meeting will be Monday, September 8th at 9 a.m. in the lower level community meeting room.
Great, thanks, Jim. We have no old business, new business. Reading and approval of the claims. Jason.
Yes, I had the opportunity to review the claims before our meeting tonight. Notable claims include a payment in the amount of $198,585.41 to the City of Rochester for the third quarter fire protection service for the West Brighton Fire Protection District. Also a payment in the amount of $37,050.39 to Barton and LaJudas for design services for the Monroe Avenue Green Street project, and I believe that's reimbursable from our GIGP grant. And also to Waste Management in the amount of $68,789.49 for the monthly charge for our refuse districts in the neighborhoods that belong to a refuse district. And also noting some of the great programs we have, there was a $222 payment to a magician for the summer reading program kickoff at the Brighton Memorial Library. And actually, that was reimbursed by a grant. There's a New York State literary grant that was indicated on the invoice. So all kinds of creative ways to find funding to sponsor programs. The claims appear to be in order, and I move that they be approved.
Second.
Maybe we can get that magician to help us with the item a couple down here on the 2015 budget.
That'd be nice.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims. Any discussion? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DeFonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Next item, Jason.
Yes, the next item is to authorize the adoption of the 2015 through 2017 capital improvement plan. I move that we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
The capital improvement plan is one of the integral parts of our budget development process. It's something that the town of Brighton has done for a number of years. For a few reasons, but primarily it's to make sure that we are not merely taking a short-term approach each year as we start the budget, but instead that we look out 3 years, go out, an additional year each time, so we're taking a longer-term perspective, looking at future capital and other significant needs of the town, so we can plan for those as we develop our budget. These are items ranging from major infrastructure items like sidewalks and road repairs and sewer repairs, to significant pieces of equipment. We have some large trucks in here. We have some smaller trucks in here, but we have a large fleet of vehicles that we work on through this capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan is something that we review with our budget review task force, one of our volunteer committees with a variety of financial and business expertise. It's also something that's reviewed by the Sustainability Oversight Committee, another very important volunteer committee of town residents with special expertise in environmental and sustainability issues. And the goal is to incorporate this long-term planning into our annual budget, but also to make sure we're doing so in a way that reflects the financial goals as well as the sustainability goals of the town. Departments submit requests. These committees, as well as the Finance Committee, review those requests, but ultimately it's this board that has to take action tonight to consider that capital improvement plan. There are, as I've alluded, a number of large items in there, but I think, and Louise, you've said this more than once, as we look at the capital improvement plan, where we start with requests made by department heads, all of these requests are, they are significant, and none of them are frivolous in nature. These are requests that our department heads put together, looking out at their long-term needs. But although those are all legitimate requests, frankly, we are not in a position, we have to prioritize them. We ask our department heads to prioritize them, they do. Our budget review task force, again, prioritizes them. But as we say, the buck stops here, and the final prioritization is with the town board. The decisions you make tonight in approving this capital improvement plan, and particularly for 2015, do not automatically wind up in the 2015 budget. As part of the actual budget review process, and that process, that second stage, began earlier today with our first town board workshop. It will continue a week from today, next Wednesday at 4 o'clock here in Town Hall with our second town board workshop on departmental budget requests. But those budget requests will include these capital improvement items, but you will again, the town board will again, and the public at large will have the opportunity to weigh in on these very difficult decisions that the board has to make at 2 public hearings that'll be held at our 2 October board meetings, as well as our workshop next Wednesday afternoon. This is a much higher level of public input than state law requires. As we have done in the past, we will endeavor to take action in October. We don't have town elections this year, but we've always felt that it's important. Other governmental entities don't do this, but we think it's very important that we take action on our budget so that folks who are going out to vote understand what our plans are for the upcoming year for the town. And as we do that, we have to take into account the tax cap, as we have, and also the new tax freeze. We will be doing that. I think it's too early to say exactly where we will fit in, but we have some significant capital items that we're going to have to address. Obviously, particularly benefits continue to be a challenge at the budgetary level. So we're just going to have to take a look at how all that works. But I appreciate all the time and effort, particularly our department heads. Tim Keefe, Commissioner of Public Works, you really, through the various hats that you wear, whether it's highway, sewer, parks, you bear the brunt of this work, and sometimes the brunt of our inability to say yes to everything, and we cannot say yes to everything. Tomorrow my column in the Brighton Pittsford Post will touch on this latest phase of the budget review process, and in particular, we've spent a lot of time this year, and I think it's healthy, talking about infrastructure. I had a conversation with a gentleman when we took the break now about his street. Infrastructure isn't sexy. Infrastructure is sometimes invisible, those sewer projects beneath the street. You may not see them except when the street maybe is dug up, but they are critical, particularly as we've seen these last couple weeks, the several major rain events that we've had. If the concerns about climate change that have been advanced by scientists and meteorologists of the highest order, the northeastern part of the United States can expect in coming years more and more and larger rain events. So it's really important that our sewer infrastructure be maintained. We've spent a lot of time with a bicycle pedestrian master plan update. All you got to do is look around. More and more people are out walking or out running. It's important that our sidewalks be maintained. Our streets and highways. Traffic safety, we've spent a lot of time talking about that. A lot of that's focused on the police department. But a very important part of traffic safety is making sure that our streets and highways are maintained in a safe manner. We will continue to do that as part of this capital improvement plan and as part of the 2015 budget. So I'm going to ask, we have a motion by Jason and seconded by Jim, but are there any comments that anyone has on this capital improvement plan? I would note that a significant part of what we have planned for next year will be funded through grants. In particular, these are grants that we've talked about, such as our grant for the Highland Canalway Trail project with the City of Rochester, our Monroe Avenue Green Infrastructure project. All of these are projects that we could not do. These will benefit the community, and we could not do them without grants, in those cases, from the state of New York. We have other projects that are long life assets, long life equipment, major truck and other vehicle purchases that we intend to bond. In this low interest rate environment, and this is a plan that also the Budget Review Task Force has been solidly behind, in this low interest rate environment where we have borrowed short-term borrowings twice in the past 3 years with interest rates of just a fraction of 1%. That's good financial planning. Our debt levels are far below our peer communities, Pittsford, Parrington, Penfield. Our debt levels are significantly below theirs. Our debt ratings at AA2 are extremely high. We're proud of that. That's one of the ways we remain financially strong and responsible, and most importantly, are able to do everything that we can to keep tax rates as low and as affordable as they can be. More than anything else, I do get asked, can you cut taxes? And I've got to be honest with people, that's a very difficult thing to do. But what we can do, and the commitment that I know all of us up here share, is that as we go through this process, and it starts in July and doesn't finish until we approve a final budget in October or in early November, that we will scrutinize that budget closely. We will look at it, yes, with the needs of our departments and with their priorities, but also with the needs of the taxpayers in mind. We know that it's never a pleasant task paying these taxes. We know that we only can control one of the three major tax bills that you pay locally: the town of Brighton taxes, the school taxes, and the county taxes are handled separately. But we will commit to you, as we have done in the past, that we will engage, we will drill down, we will look very hard, make some tough decisions, as we already have in the capital improvement plan, and as we will do going forward with our budget. With that, any comments, any questions that any members of the board or any members of the audience have concerning the proposed 2015-2017 capital improvement plan?
If there's any item on here that we want to talk about or change or delete or whatever, when do we bring that up?
Right now. I mean, this has been an ongoing process. I would note, of course, that, as I said a moment ago, the fact that something is in the capital improvement plan for 2015 doesn't automatically mean it's going to get approved in the budget. We will all have another look at it. But I think if there's something, and particularly in the out years, that you think ought to be reconsidered, put back in, taken out, when we finish this discussion, we have a motion on the floor now to approve this CIP, but it certainly can be amended if that's something that you would like to do.
The only thing that really comes to my eyes is that the year-round farmers market, I thought we had 250 plus.
We do, and we have
What's
two
100?
we have two grants.
Right.
This is something we've talked about.
It says 50,000 is the other.
That's this year, but look out into next year. There's a total of 400,000. What we're anticipating is that in 2015, we have $50,000 for engineering, for soft costs, if you will. And the remainder of the money will be used together with fundraising, and we're going to continue to seek additional grant support to do a winter farmers market facility at Buckland Park.
I would rather see, personally, I would rather see that you use the money we have now to take down all the buildings that are there, and instead of using one of them, which is pretty bad, for the market.
Well, most of that money is earmarked for the farmers market. Both of those grants we have also in the CIP money earmarked for taking down buildings,
but
from a priority perspective, in terms of departmental requests, the need to purchase equipment, to maintain infrastructure. That it was, I know the feeling of the Finance Committee, it was the feeling of the Budget Review Task Force, that from a priority perspective, we're not changing our recognition that there are buildings there that need to continue to come down, but that was a lower priority in the short to intermediate term. So we haven't eliminated it, but we have pushed the next step in that process out a year. But the $400,000 is not available for that purpose. We would have to move money up and find a place for it. And I would note that even with the bonding, even with the grant money, we are approximately on capital items $200,000 ahead of where we were last year. It is my opinion, although I don't disagree that any of these items are very important. I believe that we will, before we approve the budget, have to make some further incremental reductions in capital items for the 2015 budget. If we put something like the demolition of buildings, and I know we've talked about, I think, 33,000 or 35,000 for that's been pushed out a year, that will only increase the potential budget gap that we would otherwise face in trying to address the tax cap and in trying to keep taxes next year affordable to our taxpayers. I think it would only increase. It would mean we would have to remove other priority items from our capital spending plans. And as much as some of those buildings definitely need to come down. I mean, we've gotten the report. I agree with the report. Several of those buildings would cost much more to restore than we could possibly justify. My priority right now is to make sure we continue to provide for the equipment we need, the infrastructure maintenance, so that we can continue to plow the streets, pick up the leaves and the lawn debris. I'd like to do it. I'd like to find a way to do it. I don't see it in the budget right now. It's just my opinion, one person's opinion. But I would not support accelerating that back, putting it back. I shouldn't say accelerating it, because it had been in this, that 35,000 or so had been in this year's CIP. It was pushed out to 2016. But we can certainly, you know, if that's an amendment you'd like to make, we can certainly.
Well, I just would like to discuss it more, but not right now.
Okay.
It's late. I mean, I just.
But this is the time. I mean, if you would like to amend the CIP to put it back in.
No, what I'm saying is that you take out the 50,000, we take out the, well, the 50,000 and the 350,000 for the year-round market. That money has to be used just for that?
It's all grant money.
And
It
that
doesn't
can't be worded so that means that to do a year-round market, we have to take down some other stuff?
That's correct. I do not believe that we
Can't
could.
convolute it like that? You're a lawyer, you know. But I mean, so that you're going to make room for that year-round market in a building that would be a better building by building it.
I do think that as we develop that area as a winter market to make it work as well as possible, we will have to take down some of those buildings.
Right.
But because we're not going to be beginning that construction process right away, and because those monies really have to be tracked towards that market, I want to keep that 50,000. Again, that's sort of in the planning ahead.
But didn't they say, for the 350, didn't they say, come on, you've got to start using this?
We have, we have extended the grant period of the initial grant. They were out, took a look at what we're doing. They're very excited about, what we're talking about doing. But yes, we've gotten that grant money. I think there's some real expectations on the part of the farmers market constituency. It's obviously as popular an event week after week, particularly in the summer months, but the winter months too. People really come out for the market. That money really needs to be targeted towards market development rather than removing other buildings.
Yeah, you just don't want to develop a building that you know is going to have to be taken down.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why we've got the 50,000 in terms of engineering. We know at least some of what we're going to use, but we're going to need someone to get in there and really tell us this is what, to put together some plans, put together ultimately construction plans, and as part of that, we're going to know this building is just not suitable from a cost-benefit perspective. This is not the one to preserve.
Okay.
And those buildings are likely to be demolished. I mean, clearly we know the silo is in great condition. That's going to stay. We know that some of the wooden sort of outbuildings are all but falling down now and won't stay. And then there's the stuff in between.
Right. Okay.
But it's good. It's good to have. That's why we go through this. It's a good discussion to have, and I appreciate. You're asking about it and making that.
I know
suggestion.
it's last minute. I'm sorry. I was.
I know. I understand.
Wasn't mentally around for a while.
Any other comments on the CIP before we vote on? If not, Dan, please call the roll on the approval of the 2015-2017 Capital Improvement Plan.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. And continuing with the budget, go ahead, Jason.
Okay, the next matter is to set the first and second public hearings for October 8, 2014 and October 22nd, 2014, respectively, to consider adoption of proposed supervisors' 2015 preliminary operating and capital improvement budgets. I move that we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
As we discussed, and as we have done for many years, we'll hold 2 public hearings. Statute requires 1, but this is probably the most important thing we do. And we want to make sure that we have gotten input from the community, both the formal input that we get, as I discussed a minute ago, but also the input that can only come from people right here in the room that have reviewed the budget and have some thoughts. So we'll have those 2 public hearings. We'll be setting out, among other things in the legal notice, the salary schedule and other important items. So I encourage everybody to participate in those budget hearings. And again, I would note that starting out both tonight's workshop, this afternoon rather, the workshop, but also again next Wednesday, the remaining departments will present their budget requests to the town board at 4 o'clock right here, and that meeting is also open to the public. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. And related to the budget is also a public hearing on special improvement districts. And Jason, I'll give you one more.
One more. With respect to the matter to set the first and second public hearings for October 8, 2014 and October 22nd, 2014, respectively, to consider adoption of proposed 2015 assessment rules for service charges, maintenance charges, capital improvements, and sewer rent charges for special improvement districts. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Discussion. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Louise.
The next matter is to approve the reappointment of Mr. Paul Tankel as a member of the Sustainability Oversight Committee for another 2-year term effective September 1st, 2014 through August 31st, 2016. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Paul, if anyone is adept at being able to work with the town on sustainability issues, Paul is, and we appreciate his willingness to commit to another 2-year term on the board. Paul has served as chair of the board for a number of years, and with other commitments, he has asked that we consider a replacement chair starting in September, and we're going to have to take action again probably at that first meeting in September to appoint a new chair. But I'm very pleased that Paul is going to continue on as a member of the committee. And as I've said so many times, the work we get back, the input that we get, particularly on the capital improvement plan, but also on other, just day-to-day operating issues relating to the town. Well, the time that the Sustainability Oversight Committee puts in, the vision that they have is terribly helpful to us as we make the tough decisions on the budget and other matters. So thanks, Paul, for re-upping. We have a motion and a second. Any other comments?
I apologize, I missed the second.
Jim.
It was Jim.
Yep.
Dan, please call the roll then.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Jim.
Next item is to authorize supervisor to execute an agreement with Meyer Hardware for provision of various hardware items used by the town for 2014 with an option to administratively extend that agreement for 4 additional 1-year terms. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
This allows us, but doesn't require us, to purchase items of hardware at Mayor Payton Hardware. They commit to a discount from the normal pricing. and we have used them as one vendor for many years.
Question.
Yeah.
So I got the request that the resolution be modified to provide for administrative renewal. And so the language I inserted in the resolution was to be renewed by the supervisor or his designee. I just want to
Without
make sure
further
that
town board action, yeah.
that is what you had intended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll look if.
Doesn't say that. Oh, down there it says it, doesn't say it.
Yeah.
Should say it in the second paragraph.
Yes.
It does, yeah. Okay. Dan, please call the roll on that.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. I'd like to make this next one myself, but since the supervisor doesn't normally do that, I will turn to you, Jason.
Okay, with respect to the matter for the approval of a donation received by resident Walter J. Narog Jr. to the Brighton Police Department in appreciation as a participant of the Citizens Police Academy. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
I was really pleased. Walt is a longtime friend of mine. Walt took the Citizens Police Academy. I know he's reached out to Mark and told you how much he really got out of that, and I was very, very surprised. And of course, as we say, it is not necessary at all, but Walt made a generous donation to the Brighton Police Department in appreciation for that, and we do appreciate it. Thank you, Walt, and I know if we haven't already, I think maybe you already have sent that thank you letter. All right, very good. We have a motion and a second. Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. Jim?
Next item is to authorize supervisor to execute a storm sewer easement agreement with the property owners at 40 and number 50 Spear Avenue, thereby allowing for access to repair a failing drainage pipe connected to the town's storm sewer system. I move in the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Mealy?
Aye. This next one, I know Dan wishes he could make, but these next two relate to purchasing of printers for the town. And Dan has put an awful lot of work coordinating a staff task force to try to identify printers that are both user-friendly, meet our needs, and also cost-effective. And I congratulate you on the work you've done, and I think you've done this. But since you can't make a motion either, I'm going to turn to Louise and ask you to make these next two motions.
Okay, the next motion is to approve to join the East Suffolk BOCES Cooperative Bidding Group at a one-time fee cost of $510 to support the proposed purchase of a particular multifunction printer for various town departments at discounted prices. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
And that really sums this up, but it also indicates just how wide a net we cast in trying to make procurement decisions that will be as favorable as possible for the taxpayers. Dan, if you want to.
Yeah, and this really, and Supervisor, you've talked about this a number of times in this era of the tax cap and tax freeze from the governor. There's a group down in Suffolk County, the BOCES and other member school districts, where they pool resources to buy everything together, from copiers to toilet paper and cleaning supplies. So we're going to participate in that group, this one particular item just specifically for multifunction printers. And the bid that they were able to secure from Toshiba is referred in the next matter. Folks aren't really sure how exactly they pulled it off, but it was, the folks I've talked to, the other vendors and such were just, mind boggled at that they were able to get, a price as good as they did out of Toshiba. So I think this is just another example of how we're always trying to, cooperatively, save money with other municipalities wherever possible, and hopefully some little bit that'll contribute to our tax-free numbers going forward.
And I believe, Dan, because you and I talked about this a little, that your belief that this price is a good price that we're getting through Suffolk is more than anecdotal, because I think you also said that you went back to Toshiba to get a bid directly from Toshiba for the town of Brighton, which was significantly more than what the Suffolk BOCES bid was.
That is correct.
And certainly a lot more than the $510 participation fee.
Yeah, for Toshiba's the standard nonprofit bid pricing that they were able to provide to us, we made that $500 back in 1 month.
Wow.
So it's a tremendous savings.
Is 4 cents a copy?
But 0.04 cents for black and white and 0.45 for color.
Yes.
And as we'll see in a minute, not only, cheap is nice, but good.
We'll talk more on the next matter,
Exactly.
but not a lot.
Okay, we have the motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel.
Aye.
Councilmember Novros.
Aye.
Councilmember DePoncio.
Aye.
Supervisor Maley.
Aye. And now to actually agree to purchase these Toshiba copiers, Louise, if you would again make the motion.
The next matter is for approval to obtain clerk licensing system software.
Skipped one.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we did
two,
that.
There were 2 Toshiba.
I thought we did that.
No, we did the first
Participation.
BOCES one.
The next matter is to authorize supervisor to execute agreement with Toshiba Business Solutions to purchase particular multifunction printers for various town departments. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
Dan, if you would, just talk a little bit about.
Yeah, so we went out to a number of different vendors, manufacturers, as well as different vendors. We spoke with Xerox, Konica, Minolta, Toshiba, as well as a vendor that dealt with Canon. And the pricing that, again, based on this Suffolk BOCES bidding group, was able to provide both in equipment costs and in cost per copy expenses, service contract, et cetera, were the best, lowest dollar amount of any of the groups that they worked with. I had gotten stakeholders from various town departments, and we went on field trips and test drove the machines and met countless times. This process has taken years off my life, I'm sure. Really the group, the consensus among the group was that the Toshiba equipment was what they were most comfortable with, both for usability, service. They actually are all locally dispatched. They call for help. Folks in Henrietta pick up the phone. They're dispatched out of their office in Metro Park, actually here in Brighton.
I was going to say, I think they're in Brighton.
And I think it's going to be an excellent service. From talking to some other clients of theirs who I know independently, including the town of Chilai, they've had a very good experience to this point with Toshiba, and we're enthusiastic supporters. I should say too that we are reducing the overall reduction in what we're paying a month. Not huge. It's $70 less a month. But for that, we're moving to all color machines, which is an improvement. DPW and Highway Department have had need for that in the past. When they're trying to do maps and things, it's really hard to distinguish some of the things they're trying to print out on shades of gray to folks that coming in for permits and such. This is also going to replace a machine that had died some number of years ago in the engineering department. They had a printer at one point capable of doing 11 by 17, and they've been making do without, as we do often as we can for budgetary reasons. But again, with this pricing, we're able to bring that machine back to them to improve their productivity as well. And I think it's a really good deal for the town.
Great. Thank you for all that work. The best equipment at the lowest price. Job well done. Anything further? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Louise?
The next matter is approval to obtain clerk licensing system software to provide an online dog licensing renewal service to town residents. I move on the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
And Dan, anything on this?
I think it's just, we talked about this in FASC a couple of times actually over the last 18 months. And just for budgetary reasons, I had opted not to go forward with it previously. But I think with the way our budget is trending in my office right now, I think we have the opportunity to encumber the funds now and be able to roll this out in the new year. I think it's good. It's good for residents. Not that we don't love seeing people come into the office. Please, you can still always feel free to come in and spend some time. But as long as the current rabies is on file, folks will be able to renew the licenses online. And I think it should make lives a lot easier. Some of the other towns that are using it now, the adoption rate just grows and grows every month. So I think it's really it's going to be a benefit to the dog owners in Brighton.
We continue to try to provide more and more service to our residents online, and you're right, the adoption rate I know on the recreation software again continues to trend upward, and it allows us to be more efficient and allows our residents to get things done without. I know they love coming in to see you, and we do. We enjoy
have
seeing
lollipops.
People come into town. We get feedback, but if people would rather they do these kind of things from the comfort of their home, great, any time of day or night. Motion and a second. If there's nothing further, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Jason?
And the next matter is for approval to designate Thursday, September 11th through Wednesday, September 24th as the special events period for 2014 in conjunction with the Brighton Chamber of Commerce and Brighton Central School District's homecoming celebration. I move we adopt the resolution as prepared by the attorney to the town.
Second.
A number of years ago, the town, in working with the chamber, decided to establish a special events procedure that would essentially waive a number of our code issues during a 2-week period in order to facilitate sort of a town celebration, town activity. The first time it was done, it was timed to coincide with the Ryder Cup, but recently we've done it in conjunction with Homecoming. Homecoming is a partnership between the town, the Brighton Central School District, and the Brighton Chamber of Commerce. And those relationships among those three groups are really important. Homecoming is a great event. The football game and the parade on the evening of the 19th will be a lot of fun again this year. But this is an opportunity, and I want to encourage, and I know the Chamber will be reaching out directly to their members and other businesses on Monroe Avenue. But I want to, send a special encouragement as well to the business owners on Monroe Avenue. This is an opportunity to sort of break out of your four walls. One of the activities you can do is sort of the sidewalk sale type activity. You can display inventory outdoors during this 2-week period, make sales outdoors. We've had businesses in the past, we've had restaurants, set up barbecue operations outdoors. We have some wonderful and imaginative business owners along not just the Monroe Avenue corridor, but this special events period applies throughout the town of Brighton. So I hope businesses will take this advantage to reach out to the community, find some new customers, make some new friends, and participate in homecoming through this special events period. Jason, you and Louise and I have all served on the Brighton Chamber of Commerce Board, and I know that's a partnership. I met with past President Rome Selly today to talk about homecoming, talk about the special events period, and this will be, I hope, another great year. And of course, it's our bicentennial year, as we like to
So when we
remind
go through the
people.
parade, we have to have something with bicentennial.
We really do want to encourage everybody in the parade. Think about a bicentennial theme for your float or your other promotion. 200% off, maybe. We have a motion and a second. Anything further? Dan, please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. Matters of the supervisor. Suzanne, we have the expense and revenue report for the month ending July. And can I just have a motion to receive and file that report, please?
So moved.
Second?
You got to be quick, Jim. I jumped you there.
Quite all right.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye, and as always, our next full report on expenses will be, and revenues will be at the end of the third quarter after the September report in October. We've already talked about other items that I was going to mention under matters of the supervisor, so we'll go right to matters to the attorney to the town.
I have nothing this evening, thank you.
Dan?
Just one briefly, since we're not going to meet again before the September primary election on September 9th, so there will be a primary for governor and lieutenant governor on various lines here in the town. So if you're belonging to a political party that has a primary, all the normal voting sites will be open from 12 to 9, with one exception. We did make one change this year, and drawing a blank on the owner's name, but the good folks from Eastwood Apartments, somebody help me.
Eastwood?
Yeah. No, the gentleman. Yeah, well, Eastwood Management, thank them for many years of hosting a polling site, and certainly may look to them again and some of their other properties. But we're moving from there over to the Baptist Temple, Witten and Highland. So if you've voted at Eastwood Apartments in the past,
Clover and Highland.
Clover and Highland, excuse me, yes. Baptist Temple. You should have already received your notification from the Board of Elections, and we'll have a postcard going out in another couple of weeks, as well as some signage coming up, participation with the cooperation, rather, with the Highway Department. Tim Springer and Billy getting the signs up there, and just as another general reminder to folks that your site is moved. But that's it.
Thanks, Dan. Matters of the town board.
I'd just like to say that the pharmaceutical take-back program has been set for September 27th from 10 to 2, and the next electronics and shredding events will be on October 18th from 9 to 12 at the Highway Department.
Thanks, Louise. Thank you. Those events are so popular. We couldn't do them without your vision and your leadership. So, great. Looking forward to those as always. And as always, we do want to thank our video, cable TV staff working tonight. Longer night than usual, so thanks for bringing this meeting out to everybody watching at home or on their computers. Anything else, board matters? If not, can I have a motion to go into what I promise will be a very brief executive session to discuss the employment of a particular person?
So moved.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Vogel?
Aye.
Councilmember Novros?
Aye.
Councilmember DePonzio?
Aye.
Supervisor Maley?
Aye. We will not be coming back into open session. We'll adjourn after that executive session. So, again, thanks. Have a good night, everybody. A reminder, We will not have a regular meeting on August 27th. Our next regular meeting of the town board will be on September 10th, 2014, right here at 7 o'clock. However, we will have a budget workshop meeting of the town board next Wednesday afternoon, 4 o'clock here in Town Hall. Have a good evening.